your why. I'll start. My name's Lateria. Y'all can call me Lottie. My why is liberation.
My name is Guy, and my why is human rights.
My name is Rathbone, and my why is, I don't know, basic moral empathy.
Pass the mic around.
Yeah, do you want to take a mic? Just pass it around. Pass the mic real quick.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Sam, and my why is justice.
My name is Keenan, and my why is freedom.
Oh.
My name is J.P. Kellum, and my why is justice, morals, and yeah, just being here, people. I care about people.
My name is Vanessa, and my reason is the next generation.
My name's Jason, and all my wives have been taken. Justice and liberation.
My name is Gibran. I agree. All my wives have been taken. Equality for Palestinians.
My name is Lewis, and my why is embodied solidarity.
My name is Mike, and my why is appreciation for what you guys have done the past many months.
My name is Jill, and humanity.
My name is Julian. My why is truth.
My name is Adrian, and my why is solidarity.
And of course, all my whys have been taken, but I like human and individual sovereignty.
My name is Jack, and my why is shared humanity.
My name's Layla. My why is human equality.
My name is Cecile, and my why is future.
My name is Saima, and my why is humanity and collective raising of consciousness to getting to a point where we stop killing one another.
My name is Muhammad, and justice.
My name is Manal, and it's consciousness and humanity.
My name is Audra, and my why is reparations for Black American freedmen.
My name is Dominique, and my why is humanity.
My name is Paul, and my why is justice. Hi, my name is Megan, and my why is equity.
I'm not sure what we're supposed to be saying, but if you could.
Your name and your why that you're here in a word.
My name is Wayne, and I'm here for justice.
Hi, I'm Erica. I'm here for freedom.
Pass the mic.
Laura, and I'm here for justice.
My name is Emma, and I'm here for humanity.
My name is Oswaldo, and I'm here for freedom.
My name is Akil, and I'm here for accountability.
I like that.
All right.
Hold on, the mic is making its way around the room.
My name is Tarek, and my why is grief. They don't want to go, so we're gonna. You can go.
Oh. My name is Zelda, and my why is love.
I think we got two up front. Thought they were getting away from. us your name and your why.
My name is Chizadam. My why is humanity.
My name is Sekou, and my why is belief in the youth.
Is that everyone? Would you guys like to go? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
My name is Annalise, and my why is love.
Beautiful. Yes. Yes, beautiful. Wait, another one. We need her why.
My name is Sage, and as education is a tool for liberation, power to the youth.
Beautiful. Yes. Can we get a round of applause for the youth and the future and our whys? Thank you guys for that. Seriously, that was even more beautiful than I thought in my head. So, I think we're all here. Hold on. Let me get situated. I'm a mic holder, but I'll probably.
We're gonna wait for.
Yeah. Time check, because I'm also charging my phone.
3:33.
It's 3:33. Okay. Should we wait for Dr. Ware, or should we get started? Okay. We're gonna wait for Dr. Ware. But I'm a talker, so I'll keep talking, unless you guys want to talk. But that was even more beautiful than I thought, because it's clear that we all have a lot of the same whys, and we're all here for a lot of the same reasons. We've all been impacted by oppression in one way or another. And we all want to collectively move toward a future of freedom. Like, the occupation is falling. Like, literally the name of this event, I want you guys to think about it like it's the end of the empire. I said this to Tariq. I said, this ends with Palestine. Like, this has to end with Palestine. And I'll just quickly talk about something that me and Guy and Rathbone talked about at lunch, but the Civil War never ended. The Civil War never ended. America is still built on those same principles that over 400 years ago started this country, and I say started loosely, and we're still dealing with the same things hundreds of years later. And as a society, the beautifulest part about this panel and what we're going to do today is, as a society, social media, while we have lost connection with technology, in ways we've gained connection with how we are able to see each other's experiences and collectively connect. You know, it's in a way that we never have seen before. This is totally new to humanity. And I think we're realizing that we've been fooled, played, bamboozled. You know, like, they were straight up lying to us. And a lot of us, unfortunately, do not open books. So, you know, we're not going to do the deep digging to find out that history. And so social media is like our history book. We're learning things. We're seeing different cultures. I mean, it's amazing. Like, I'll give a random example. Yesterday, I saw a picture of a tent that a Palestinian made. And the tent was the neatest tent I've ever seen in my life, yo. It was literally, it was a tent, but they made the most of that tent. And even seeing how Palestinians are as people, because I wasn't very familiar with Palestinian culture prior to October 7th last year. And I'm just being honest and open about that. So just learning how loving they are and how giving they are, like, we're literally seeing them documenting them being in the worst position, but when people come, they're offering them something. You know, like, they are displaying the true humanity that we should strive for. And I can't think of a better time for all of this shit to end. Like, the time is now. And we are all frustrated, some of us more than others, you know. That's why some of us have been speaking out in ways that others are too scared to do or just don't know how to do. And maybe today we can encourage some of you all to step up some more in new ways on social media, because it is a tool. It's all about how you use it. You could use a wrench to smash something, or you could use a wrench to like turn something, right? It's still using a wrench. So I think it's the same with social media. We've got to use it to advance humanity. The tech people want to use it for money, but we're smarter than that. We're going to use it for humanity and social studies. And I want y'all to know that the father of social studies, I believe, Frederick Douglass, where are my scholars at in the room? Am I right? Is it Frederick Douglass? Father of social studies, I think. Who was a black man, I might add, teaching us that these things are important. They try to like get us to ignore these aspects of our life and get us to only focus on work or school or whatever the hell they tell us to focus on that century. You know, that's what we decide to focus on instead of like the actual things that matter, like actual human connections, communication, learning different cultures. Like, we're all different, and not so we can like pick who's better, but so that we can live together on the same earth. Like, they have separated us by countries. It's just, if you think about it deeply, the separation is so unnecessary. We share this land together, and I think that's what the powers that be, they're scared of, because now a lot of us are waking up in the global majority, and we're like, hold on, we can do something about this. And it doesn't necessarily have to be violent, you know, and it can come with sacrifices from those in a position of power. And we got to find a way to get those people to make those sacrifices. We got to bully them back, okay? Seriously. But I will wait for Dr. Ware to get here. Do you want to ping him?
Look.
Oh, right in the nick of time. Okay, awesome. Yay, our guest is here. Let me throw this gum away. That's not
That's weird. That's suspicious.
That's how my brain works. You're a lefty guy. My daughter's a lefty. Thank you for writing that word down. Naley? I'm glad you made it. Guy. Testing.
What's this about? Just topics.
This is for YouTube. This is for them. So a combination. Is he okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Ware, did you want to say a few words, or should we just get started? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just going to get rid of this gum because there's no trash can. Okay. All right. Let me get situated. All right. Well, we pretty much know each other now, so. But good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here at the second day of the End of Empire, 3-day. I don't even want to call it a conference because it's really something bigger than that. But it's been an experience. And in today's panel, we're going to be discussing social media and social justice. I'm with some pretty cool people on this stage. I'm excited to introduce them. I'm actually a huge fangirl. I'm trying not to fangirl because we'll do that later. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of all three of y'all. And I'm sure a lot of y'all know of them and the huge impact they've made on social media and how their activism has really been reaching different places. And a lot of us want the tools and to learn how to do that. Because again, as we learned earlier, all of our whys, we all are here for the same reasons. So in today's panel, though, specifically, we want to talk about advancing digital activism. I'm a millennial, not sure. Okay, we got millennial.
Gen
Z, okay, millennial. Okay, so y'all see the vibe up here. Thank you. And we're going to be, just, first I want them to introduce themselves and just give you guys a little bit of their background and their whys. Again, Dr. Ware, we got to hear your why. Can we hear your why?
We do.
Yes. So you missed it, but the whole entire audience and I and the panel, we basically just said our name and our why we are here today.
So my why is to ensure that we cultivate an intergenerational and intersectional movement for liberation that brings victory over all of the forces of oppression facing humanity in our lifetime, that we be here to witness it, and that we do not leave it for our children.
I should have.
Say that again. I have no idea what
I should have said in one word. That's how we kept it short.
So why are we here? Okay.
Yeah, just one word. Period. I love it. I need my mic back though. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And before I even get started, I know this has probably already been done, but I just want to say a huge thank you to Dr. Ware for putting this together, for connecting so many beautiful people in the same space. I'm so grateful to be here, and this is the start of something really big. I feel it in my spirit. I feel it in just the stories that have been told already. And we've got to take this thing to the next level after today, this weekend. And I'm not going to say anything else, but thank you, Dr. Ware. Can y'all give him a round of applause, please? All right, thank you. So on that note, we'll get started with introductions. Rathbone, do you want to start? And we'll work our way down. Yes. Y'all have heard enough of me for now.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I know I look like the oppressor. I'm a privileged white male, but I assure you I am an ally. I stand with the oppressed people. I find my identity in the oppressed people. And I'm just every bit of disgusted with my country's domestic and foreign policies. And I have literally no stake in the capitalist system, no invested interest, and I would rather see it dismantled and reconstituted from the bottom up. And so I think that's why I'm here. The title of this conference is End of Empire, and I completely agree. I think it's in decay, and I just want to give it another nudge and chip away at it so that it happens faster, because every day I think really matters. And I think with social media, you know, I could not have predicted my life to take a turn and become known as a political activist of all things. I'm just a music teacher, and I think it's kind of, you know, it should be very telling. I try to tell this to people, that the fact that I'm decided to speak up should tell you a lot about how ignorant and gaslit we as a population are by our, you know, the corporate media that wants us to, you know, just be, you know, uninformed. So that, like, the fact that I'm, you know, able to speak and people are, it's connecting with people, it's because it's the truth and we don't hear it. And anyway, I do believe, like, we are fighting a $1 trillion PR industry with memes, you know, and the crazy part is that we're winning. We're winning the information war, and I think that's you know, we have the truth on our side, and a lot of people like to say that we just yap in front of a phone, but I think it's obviously, I think what we're doing is meaningful. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was significant. These are things that matter to all of us, and it matters to me, and I feel just, you know, just ashamed of everything that's being done in our name. Sorry.
Thank you, Rathbone. Thank you for the apology, too. Okay, Guy, your favorite guy. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Guy Christensen. I'm probably the third youngest person in this room. I see you two over there. I was gonna say youngest, but I'm glad you guys are here. I'm an activist influencer. I've been advocating for the Palestinian people for the last year. And I'm here because I love the Palestinian people. My heart is with them, and I empathize entirely with my whole soul and being, and I'm passionate about fighting for their struggle. And so that's basically it. Thank you.
All right, Naley.
Yes. Hi, my name is Naley, and is it on?
Testing.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Naley. I am the founder of Naley by Nature, which I work on with my cousin and partner, Sadia, here. I think a lot of you guys know me from my advocacy of Palestine, but that didn't just happen out of nowhere. We started a documentary about a couple years ago, and we started in Palestine. And after October 7th, like so many people, I was also very scared to show my support for Palestine, because it was a really scary time. But I remember, like, weeping and telling Sadia, like, did I go there to not speak up for them at the time that they are being exterminated? And so I also felt like a lot of Americans did not know what was happening in Palestine and where our tax dollars was going. And it's often because media companies and news outlets talk about Palestine with, like, and then the Oslo agreements, and then the Nakba, and like the Intifada, and you, like, completely overwhelming Americans with history that it's so insignificant, because the point is this is a group of people that are being occupied, and you need to explain it to Americans like they're 5. And I feel like TikTok and social media made it really easy for someone like me and Sadia, who actually witnessed what was happening in Palestine and was able to just give it to people in like 5 minutes and explain it to them like they were 5. And that was like the seed that was planted, and then people went out and did their own research. And I think that is what social media is. It's like you just plant a seed in people's minds and people nurture it themselves. So I'm here today just to support the people, to support the Green Party. I'm so sick of the lesser of two evils bullshit. It's literally, I'm just over it. And I will not be, I will not be bullied into consistently for the rest of my life voting for the lesser of two evils. I think at the juncture of a genocide, we have to make a choice, and Palestine is the ultimate litmus test.
Thank you, Naley. Thank you. And thank all of you for being here on this panel today. I just know it's going to be great. I'll give a quick introduction of myself. My name's Lateria, at Young Black and Aware on Instagram. And I started doing social justice work, I guess you could say, about 10 years ago officially. What really got me into the work was, well, what piqued my interest was Trayvon Martin and the decision with George Zimmerman, because I just didn't understand it, and that's when I realized the America I was really living in and how I had been just naive to everything. And then what really did it for me was Sandra Bland. And that was when I decided to start Young Black and Aware, because I saw myself in her. I said she could have been me, like pulled over for no turn signal or something, and ends up dead in prison. You know, like it just didn't make sense. There was a lack of outrage, and that's when I realized the media was bought off and did not care about us as oppressed people. So I decided to put my own messages out there to my people. And I think that's the beautiful thing about social media. We're able to build these digital spaces, and we're kind of the pioneers of that. You know, this generation is the digital pioneer, and I think it's great because we have a chance to really change the way that technology is going and use it to actually advance and help our people. So thank you for being here again, and we're going to go ahead and get started with the panel discussion. I have a couple topics and questions for you guys, and you guys can just take turns answering, and then we're going to have a Q&A. I think this conversation is going to be really, really interesting, so I hope you guys are ready. So I want you guys to talk to the people about, so when you use your social media, it is one thing to go viral and to get people to understand your message. But what people don't understand in the digital space is that that's not something that just happens or is even guaranteed to happen all the time. And in the same breath, not just not going viral or being seen by a lot of people, but facing opposition to, you know, speaking your truth or speaking up for people. So in your experience, what can you say, like, are some pros and cons of social media and using your platform, and how you've navigated that? Naley, would you like to start us?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
I think it can be really tricky because I spent a year pleading to people about why they should care about children dying. And I think when I look back, I feel like I dehumanized myself in doing that. Like, why did I have to? And I was so vulnerable to share that with people. And I would do it again for Palestinians, but I feel like when I look back, I cannot believe that I had to do all of that to get people to care. And I think, like, one thing I've noticed with the pros and cons is that a lot of people know me because of my advocacy for Palestine, but they don't truly know me. So if I say something like against the Democratic Party, now I have a whole bunch of people that are like, I'm unfollowing you. And it's like, well, I would rather have 5,000 people that follow me and know what I am about versus having 200,000 or 1 million people following me who don't really know who I am, right? Having a more, a more concise, a smaller group of people that really understand who I am, and then we are able to actually build community. Because how can I build community with a group of people who do not care about the extermination of another group of people, or my group of people? I found that when I think maybe the day after Kamala put in her bid for presidency, I made a video that went viral, and it was very controversial. It was one of the very first videos that, like, so many people just, like, were going off on me. But I had said, we were on top of cars screaming Black Lives Matter in 2020, only for us to be voting in a cop in 2024.
Come on.
And I said, you know, Kamala Harris had, first of all, she was not a popular candidate when she was running for president during the 2020 elections, not even among Black Americans. She put so many Black Americans, Black and brown people in prison. And so when I received the backlash of it, I was just kind of like so shocked by it. And I think that was like the first time I experienced that type of backlash. And I do videos where I do say controversial things, but I felt like with that one, it really like hurt because I was like, do you know who I am? And it's like, if you knew who I was, you would know my intentions. And that's when I realized it was so much better. I actually felt better if people unfollowed me that did not understand who I was and did not understand my morals. Because at the end of the day, if you knew me, you would understand my intentions. And the fact that people were flipping it and making it into, like, there was so many videos where people gave their hot take on that. But, you know, those are the pros and cons with when you're creating, when you go viral and you're going viral for a certain topic. And also about, like, if I talk about Iran and China or what's happening with Uyghur Muslims or other communities that are also being oppressed, people might be very much for free Palestine, but they might be supporting Iran and China. And it's just like, that's not where I stand. And I support all groups of people that do not have a voice on the global stage. So,
all oppressed people. Thank you, Naley. Thank you.
I feel like I approach creating messages for people with a goal of trying to, like Naley said, plant that seed. I want to spark that flame inside my audiences, the people who see my videos, their souls, because I have that fire in my soul, and I want to share that, and that is my goal. And when I talk about what I talk about in my content, that's what I live. This is what I think about. This is what I love. I care. I'm passionate about this, and I feel like coming to like digital activism with that approach of passion of wanting to inspire others is what we should put at the forefront.
You also educate, though.
Yeah.
You're very well informed, you know. It's the passion, but it's also you're educating your audience as well at the same time. So it's a highly effective thing that you're doing. And I agree.
I feel like I share things that I wanted to learn myself first.
Right.
And it's just a natural extension of how I live my life. And
right.
I feel like that's a way, like why I make content about Palestine, and I activate people for Palestine. It's because that's who I am as a person.
And I mean, that was probably what happened to you. Like, I feel like smarter people educated me, and I want, you know, I'm a teacher by trade, so I want to communicate and articulate those things back to other people and do that for someone else and, you know, share the message. But, you know, yeah, we're political agitators. I mean, you're supposed to look at the content and feel something, frustration.
You're supposed to feel uncomfortable.
It's supposed to feel uncomfortable. It's supposed to be unsettling, because it is unsettling. And, you know, every social movement has three aspects to it: agitate, educate, and organize. And I am not, admittedly, an organizer, but I do think I, you know, can fulfill, you know, agitating and educating people. So that's that's what I'm trying to do. And people, you know, because I get criticism, and I'm sure you all do too, about, well, you're not really doing it, you're not organizing people. But, you know, that's not, you know,
Your
there's other, what's that?
With your little page.
Yeah, with your little page. But, you know, I think thoughts turn into action. You can't have the right actions if you don't have the right thoughts first. And we're trying to influence people to be informed and have the right ideas, so that they, you know, I just think we need more class-conscious people. Just even understanding what kind of a society that you live in, just walking around the earth, you know, like that would be a sea change, I think. But, you know, and it would manifest itself in many different ways. But yeah, I think that's just my point. Is my skill set is articulation and agitation and education.
And I just want to segue perhaps off of what Rathbone just said. I have a short little thing prepared about a little speech I wrote, if that's okay.
Please,
very short.
now is the time for the keynote,
right.
Guy.
The keynote. So today I want to share my story and discuss Gen Z activism and the power of social media. Did you know that 1/3 of Gen Zers say they regularly engage in activism for the issues they care about? That rate is almost 50% higher than the engagement of millennials. No offense, guys. That also means that there are nearly 500 million young activists running around in the world. I myself, and I'm sure others here in the crowd, are some of these people. Not only are there more activists in Gen Z than any other generation, but Gen Z and the next generation is shaping up to be the most influential cohort in history. We care deeply about social justice and human rights, and we are acting on our beliefs. Actually, a larger proportion of Gen Z cares about every issue across the board than any other age group in the United States. 66% of our activism is carried out online, meaning that our social spaces online need to be recognized as the future of organizing and activism. Despite that fact, and despite the trend of Americans shifting to consuming news and politics online more than ever, and despite the fact that most people in this day and age are now forming their political opinions online, 76% of people believe that all social media does is make people think they're making a difference when they actually aren't. I am here today as living proof of the real power of digital activism. I am here trying to be a symbol of hope for young people and human beings. I am here to show you that anyone's voice can change minds, lives, and even the world. Let's rewind to October 7th. I have to admit, like Latiria here said earlier, before October 7th, I knew nothing about Israel or Palestine. Zero. Nilch. I had an established platform, though, where I'd been speaking a bit about American politics over the course of 3 or 4 years. And when I saw my feed flooded with countless pro-Israel posts attacking the Palestinian people, I was caught off guard. But then, I saw a pair of comments on my TikTok. Someone had said, it was this very simple comment, it said Google Nakba. It said Google open air prison. And so that's what I did. What I found changed the course of my life. What I found ignited a fire in my soul. I was shocked to learn of Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, their violence against Palestinians, the displaced families and bulldozed homes. To me, it was reminiscent of the colonization of Native Americans by English settlers. The parallels were haunting, and it begged the question, why was this not being talked about in the context of October 7th? Why was nobody mentioning these facts? Nobody in the media, nobody online. I learned the true nature of the Gaza Strip. 2 million people locked behind a prison wall on a parcel of land. Half of them are children. Israel has 2 decades history of restricting their access to things like water and calories even. They aren't free. Israel even has a term for this, hafrada, meaning separation. The Jewish state bill allows the replacement of Palestinian households with Zionist ones. And it offered another layer to me as I'm learning about Zionism and the true nature of the state of Israel at this point in my life. And it was a turning point that made me question the morality of Israel's actions. Everything I was being fed by the Western media, by my content feed, was the total opposite of what I was learning about. It seemed like, and we know this, that the Western media is unanimous in trying to paint Israel as 100% in the right. I mean, you've seen the biased headlines over the past year. So, as I was discovering the truth, I was wondering, why was there a resounding silence about the struggle of the Palestinians? Nobody wanted to talk about it. So, a turning point in this personal journey of mine occurred when I received an email from a Zionist organization offering me $5,000 to pledge my support for Israel on live stream. This came a few days after October 7th. And also after I had posted a single video, I think this was one of my first videos about Palestine, comparing the parallels between American colonization and that of historic Palestine on my account. This was my first direct encounter with the Israeli propaganda machine, and it was an offer to trade truth for money. I was disgusted. My morals are not for sale. I grappled with the fear of speaking out. The headlines that day were filled with stories of the Harvard students getting blacklisted, doxxed. They had, I believe, a truck with the students' faces and names and I believe addresses going around campus. and Wall Street execs were going on to the media in the United States saying these kids are never being hired. And all because they signed a letter in support of Palestine. And this is what I was seeing. And I was asking myself, what if the same were to happen to me if I spoke out? And then I thought, why do I have this platform? Why have I been gifted with these skills if I do not use it to stand up for what is right? Especially when it feels like the hardest choice to make in the entire world. I knew I had to step up. Since that day, I've probably spent upwards of 10,000 hours in research, speaking, thinking about, crying for, and advocating for Palestine. There is not a single thing in the world I'm more passionate about. There's not a single topic I've studied more in my 18 years of living. The more videos I've made, the more I've learned of the extent of the oppression and subjugation of the Palestinian people. My content has reached over 500 million people in the last year. Imagine that. Me, at the time I was a senior in high school who knew nothing about Israel and Palestine. And I was able to accomplish so much. I was able to change so many minds. I was able to educate and enlighten so many millions of people, all with just my voice. And just to further debunk the thought that digital activism is not effective in real life, in the last 48 hours, myself and Rathbone here were able to raise a little over $16,000 for a man and his family in northern Gaza just through social media posts. And this is not a brag. This is, I'm trying to prove a point here. And another example of real action in the world is that over the summer I made, I think, just 2 short videos about a boycott app called No Thanks. If you don't have it, please download it. It's on iOS and Android. And it allows people to scan any product anywhere and know whether or not it's on the boycott for Israel list. And those 2 videos encouraged 500,000 people to download that app. Think about the long-term effect down the line of all those people who joined in boycotting, who were able to start boycotting because of technology, because of my videos. That is likely tens of millions of dollars that were stopped from supporting a genocide. We are in an age of digital activism, and we exist under the shadow of algorithms. They do act to suppress us, but I will say, in the end of the day, they serve capitalism over Zionism, and we can take advantage of that. Any person in the entire world has the opportunity now to be heard by the masses. Anyone's voice can ignite fires in other people's souls. You can resonate with others, and you can change the world. I'm glad I chose to stand with the Palestinians. Everything that has happened since that fateful day I spoke out has given me more resolve in my decision. Every word I hear out of the mouths of Ben Gvir and Smotrich, every hospital I've seen bombed out, raided, razed to the ground, every cry of a child in Gaza, every lie, every atrocity, the thousands of atrocities, every word of support, every word of love I receive is proof. Silence is not the answer. Our voices are the most powerful thing in the entire world, and it is our human duty to use it. It is my goal to inspire others to follow my steps and transforming themselves into activists. And I want to end this speech by quoting Audre Lorde, "The transformation of silence into language and action." This excerpt has inspired me greatly. And it is never without fear of visibility, of the harsh light of scrutiny, and perhaps judgment, of pain, of death. But we have lived through all of these already. In silence, accept death. And I remind myself all the time now that if I were to have been born a mute, or had maintained an oath of silence my whole life long for safety, I would still have suffered, and I would still die. I implore you, use your voices. Speak truth to your passions. Fight for what you care about. Feed that fire in your soul. What you will find is that you are not alone. Your voice is powerful, and you can and will change the world. You will be blessed, your soul will be fulfilled, and I promise you it will all be worth it. Change starts with you, with all of us, and especially with the youth and with the students. And with that, I want to cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. That was so powerful. I just, as someone who used to work in youth development for several years, I want to double down on how important it is for us to invest in the youth. And it's not just money, it's time, it's knowledge, it's community, it's showing them things we were not shown because the oppressor was working hard to continue oppressing us, And so thank you for that, Guy. And what Guy to me represents it with his generation of young white men who are willing to step up and use their platform and privilege to support and uplift oppressed people. I think you are setting the right example for this generation and future generations. And I was sharing with Guy earlier a little bit of history, but he likes history, about a group of people in America. They were the Dunkards. I'm gonna give y'all some homework research to do. But they considered the Dunkards, that's what they called them, but they were German Baptists. And they were white German Baptist men and women, but I want to emphasize the men because y'all know we don't have a lot of good history with white men. So I'm going to take this time to point them out because we don't hear about people like them. Instead, we hear about Confederate soldiers and, super racist people, and we honor those people. But if we continue to uplift the people who are on the right side of history, and make sure that their stories are also told, I think that is leading us towards the freedom and justice we are working towards. So, and I'm just going to pivot into another question about the intersectionality of our digital spaces, right? Because social media, what it has done for us as a culture is it's opened up the camera to other people's lives. Many of us traditionally, and I'm not saying this is everyone, again, many of us traditionally, we are around people that look like us, right? Or they might be, if they don't look like us, they're like in our tax bracket, if you will. Where social media really opened everything up. We're able to see how everybody lives. We see the rich and famous. We see the broken ratchet in country. And then we see middle class everybody. And for the first time, we could truly see that we have a lot in common. But more importantly than just seeing what we have in common is us coming together based on the oppression that we are all facing collectively. And I think that's the beautiful thing about what we have used digital spaces to do after October 7th, because that didn't just start happening October 7th, but I feel like October 7th added a new layer of intersectionality to all social justice movements. We could truly see how I hate to keep saying the word, but intersectional all of our issues are, and how it all magically goes back to white supremacy somehow. So I want you guys to maybe talk about how being intersectional or learning about other people's struggles have helped your platform or you've used it on your platform. And also, I want you guys to talk about collaborations because, again, people don't like to give social media credit when they say technology. They like to separate tech and social media is its own thing. But social media technical, you know, and as Guy was saying, it's all about algorithms, and some of you weren't here earlier, but I said before, these algorithms aren't smarter than me or you, you know. It's all about remembering that you have the power to control. They could suggest to me till they die, I'm not following, or I'm not, you know, because I know I have the control, and once I choose to give the platform the control, you know, then they're able to get into my mind. We got to take the control back on social media. And a powerful tool after October 7th on Instagram specifically has been the collaboration feature, because we as creators and as activists are now able to share spaces and audiences like with many people at the same time. Like, it really is a cool technical feature that I think has taken social justice movement to the next level. And let me tell y'all, they messed up when they made that feature. They really messed up.
Sorry, can I cut in real quick?
Yes,
for a
go ahead,
second?
God, chime in.
Feature. I collab with you two, Palestinians in Gaza, Europeans, everyone across the world, and so this feature is really amazing. That's what I want to say.
Yes. I mean, so no, I want you guys to, you know, speak on intersectionality and any collaborating you've done in your social media spaces.
Well, I think that, you know, I'm a communist, and as a communist, I believe that it all goes back to the class-based society that we live in, where there are two classes. There's the exploiters and the exploited, and there are obviously varying degrees of being exploited, but the basics are that the most essential thing is how we relate to the productive forces of our society, and the social relations to the productive forces of our society. And we are all workers for the most part. I mean, we're not capitalists. Capitalists own the means to produce, and, you know, I think I just try to teach that to people, because I think people get lost in this culture war that the capitalists love to sell us to keep us divided. But really, it's the fact that Really, it's just the fact that 3 white Americans own more wealth than 4 billion people. I mean, that's the world that we live in.
Talk about it, Rathbone.
You know? I mean, you know, and every time I make a video, I'm always thinking, like, what is the most important thing I want to share with people? If I had one thing left to say to people before I leave this earth, like, what are the most essential things? And I think there's some basic facts we need to come to reckon with, which we don't as a society, and I think that's one of them.
Zionism.
Yeah.
That's basically all I have to say.
I guess what I want to say is ask you guys, look around you right now. Look at who you're sitting next to. I see every color in this room, every religion in this room. Look at Latoya was talking about October 7th was a moment for coalition building, for intersectionality. It added another layer. Look at what Palestine, what this has brought everyone together for. And I guess I'll share some ways that we build coalitions online. Instagram DMs, we always reach out to each other as activists and collaborate on posts.
Yeah, the collaboration feature is really dope. And I know a lot of times the reason that the average person who is not highly involved with social media like myself is not inclined to try new features, right? And so I think this is why we can show you guys like how it is impactful if you take the time to learn how to do it. And I'll just add quickly, another part of the reason I started my platform was because I did not see anything like that I wanted or cared about in the media. I would hear things happening, I see the groups posting it online, and I don't see it anywhere in the news. You know, if they do talk about it, it's a little 2-second clip, then they're on to the next thing, you know, and it just didn't feel right. I'm like, I don't even want to go to work today. Like, I'm hurt. I need time to heal. I need community. And I found that online, and I found that I had to define my role in the space. This is what I tell people. Like Rathbone said earlier, he wouldn't consider himself an organizer, and that's okay, because what you are is an educator. You have a role in the space. And sometimes we try to cross lanes. First thing, stay in your lane, figure out what it is you're good at. If it's social media and being in front of the camera, then do that. But you might be an organizer and be better behind the scenes. You might be the one who's good at admin stuff. You collect all the emails and make the phone calls. Like, we have got to learn how to use social media, yes, but learn your place on there. Because we all don't have the same place. Like, I'm doing the posting, but then there's people doing the engaging, and that's important too. And that's how we keep the conversations going and growing. It's not just about memes, and like the Shade Room inspired a lot of my work. I'm not gonna lie, because they pissed me off so heavily on the stupidity they focus on when they have such a huge platform and there's so much injustice happening. And I realized, like, there's no real media that focuses on what we care about. And what do we care about? I don't just want to hear about trauma all the time, because that's not what our people and our cultures are built. We've been forced into trauma, but we we are multifaceted people. We want to learn, we want to laugh, we want to do all types of things. And so that's been what I have tried to balance in my platform. And it didn't matter when I had 500 followers or now I got, like 30K. Guy has millions and millions of followers. And he chose to take a stand. I took a stand when I had 10 followers, because you just got to have that passion and willingness to do something about something. And someone will shade you if what you're doing is, I'm using my Instagram, I'm promoting, so you fake woke now, huh? People will try to throw their things, but what are you doing? What are you doing, though? I just educated maybe 10 people about what's going on. What did you do? So don't let those, the propaganda and people trying to discourage you from spreading information. Like, they would rather you just be mindlessly scrolling all day. And I think that's what we have to use against them. Like he said, Zionism is here, but it's capitalism above that. Like, one thing about it, they care about their money. So
I just want to add.
Sure, go ahead.
It doesn't matter if you are an influencer with thousands and millions of followers. When you post something on your story that's a political message or any opinion, you are coalition building. You're bringing together the people who follow you. And likely, like the average follower count on Instagram is just under 1,000. So a few hundred people see the message that you're sharing out, and you're connecting them with that movement. You're connecting them with that. You are coalition building, and you're performing digital activism. And just to share the statistic, half of social media say they have shared a post about politics or an issue they care about in the past year.
Thank you. Naley, you want to?
Yeah. A couple things. I think when I think about intersectionality, I think about listening to people who have a difference of opinion, which I think that we, as a generation, as a society, have such a difficult time. I was born and raised in the Bronx, and just recently, stand up. Now, just recently, Trump came to the Bronx, and there were so many black and brown people that showed up for him. And I remember in 2020, a lot of my friends who were black and brown were going to vote for Trump. And I remember fighting so hard with them and being like, we need to vote for Biden. Like, we would go scream at the top of our lungs.
Lesser evil!
Yes. And I felt like it wasn't lost on them that Trump is a racist person, but to them it's like everyone in Washington is racist. I think
the problem.
And when I talk to a lot of liberals and Democrats about Trump, they're often like, Trump will be significantly terrible for black and brown people. And so when I respond and I say, well, so many black and brown people, more black and brown people voted for Trump in 2020 than they did in 2016, and that number is projected to jump in 2024. And we need to ask ourselves why. And oftentimes those same liberals and Democrats will say, well, they don't know what's best for them. And that to me sounds like you are saying that these people are not educated enough, but you know what's best for them. And you cannot discount the fact that they have their reasons to vote for them. And sometimes you'll even hear liberals and Democrats say, well, they're only voting for him because they got that $1,200 stimulus check. And it's like, even if that was the reason, to them, they got something out of Trump's presidency than they did under any Democratic president. Yeah. For a lot of people from very underprivileged neighborhoods, like the Bronx. Bronx is one of the poorest neighborhood in New York City, and I think also across the country. So that $1,200, I think there was 2 stimulus checks that made all the difference for a lot of people. Yeah. So you have people like Biden who promised, I'm going to erase student loan debt. They didn't do shit. They literally said they were going to give us more money, more time on unemployment, cancel our student loan debt, and they didn't come up with anything. So for these people, the fact that they got something out of it, that's something that they didn't get out of any other Democratic president. Now, that's not to say I share their opinions, but I understand that, right? And I feel like a lot of people who are going really hard for Kamala will be like, to a lot of pro-Palestinian people, like, you can't be mad at me for voting for Kamala. I have a right to vote. But then those same people will be super mad at people who are voting for Trump. And you have to keep that same energy across the board, yes. Right?
Yeah. Keep the same energy.
And it's like, you can't be mad at people for voting for who they're going to vote for, despite what you feel about it. And I think there's a lot of rejection that people have for hearing a difference of opinion. And I also think that, we're living in a time where what is progress, right? And if you think about the ways that liberals talk about progress, it's like gender-neutral bathrooms and pronouns and, are you saying houseless instead of homeless? And it's like, listen, I can guarantee you a homeless person doesn't give a fuck if you call them homeless or houseless. They do not care. And it's like, this has become the veil of what progress is. And progress is literally when someone has their basic needs met. And if people don't have their basic needs met, do they really care about a gender-neutral bathroom? And that is what the position that a lot of black and brown people in a lot of these cities feel, is that you've made us believe that this is progress, but that is not progress. When our basic needs are met, then progress can feel like gender-neutral bathrooms and pronouns and such and such. And I've had such in these past few years, I had such a time just doing all this research with Sadia and talking to people with so many difference of opinions. And it feels like you cannot talk about these things out loud, because then it's like you're transphobic or, and it's like, wait. I've talked to families that feel like, they feel some type of way about, the pronouns and kids having to question their sexuality at such a young age. And for them, it's like there's a sanctity to a child's life, right? And it's like, I just want my kid to be a kid for a little bit, because they have their entire lives to question and to be hit with trauma. It's like, if I can just protect them and they can just enjoy their childhood, what is wrong with that? And then it's like, if they say that out loud and they're met with, you're transphobic or you don't care about LGBT, that is not what it is. Right. And I think that if we are, intersectionality to me is really meeting at the intersection to say, this is how I feel. And if there is no room for that, then you cannot actually build community. You cannot actually have real liberation.
Naley,
beautiful. Sorry, Naley, that was beautiful. Thank you.
I was just going to say, Naley wants people's basic needs met. She sounds like a communist.
But that was such a good way of defining progress. Like, I don't know if I've ever heard it put that way before. Just having basic needs. I mean, that's like probably the most, what do you call it, bare minimum definition. And it's still like, yes, please, can we get some of that, please?
Yeah, I think even people who are part of the LGBT community are not even having their basic needs met. So it's like you're giving them, every job application and school application is like, what's your pronouns? What is that really doing for them if they're not getting their basic needs met? Yes. And I think that right now these kids, I feel like, a lot of people make fun of a lot of these Gen Z kids because they're like, these are my pronouns, I'm they, them, and I am neurodivergent. They're coming up with all these things. And it's like, I understand that. It's because they're coming into a world where they have so much accessibility to everything. They have so many options, right? And it's like, that can be confusing. I grew up in a world where, like, I was just talking to Sadia, and we were talking about how, like, when we were growing up, when we would watch a movie and a kissing scene would come on, and we were watching with our family, we would like change the channel and everyone would look away, and it was like,
my mom would make me turn away. She'd be like, you better.
And it's like, you know, that was I know I'm not the only one, but like, now these parents are being forced to have these conversations about like, what's your sexuality, and it's like, it's overwhelming, right? It's overwhelming because they have not only so much accessibility to information, it's like the social media too is like, what's your opinion on this? And what's your take on this? And what's your sexuality? And I can imagine how that can make someone feel, especially a child who does not even have their prefrontal lobe developed, to feel so just like burdened and overwhelmed.
But you know what? I want to share a quick clip. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sure you do.
I feel like having conversations with your children about sexuality and stuff is preparing them for the world that they have to live in. Like, you're talking about how the world is different from when you grew up in, where parents are forced to confront this
you look away
wall, like this talk with their child about their sexuality and gender. But that's the world that their children are going to school in. That's the society they live in.
I think it's about having autonomy, and everyone wants to feel like they have freedom over what they want. So you think that, but that doesn't mean that someone else doesn't. I know some very, very religious Muslim families that don't need to, they don't want to, and that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with the way you feel.
That shows that they are not ready for that level of intersectionality, you know, and I think it's a progress and a process. I myself have had some challenging conversations around LGBT allyship and my place in it, right? Because I was like, I support, but I also have certain views on certain things that I know that other people don't feel the same. And we shouldn't feel like we can't talk about things respectfully and in love. You know, I'm going to add that, because I think that's what takes away from our communicating to the other side. Now, the other day I was at the park with my son for a birthday party, and there was I forgot her name, Penelope, who to me presented as a boy with short hair, but she had a dress on, right? And so I was like, oh, okay. And my son had he was playing with Penelope, and I asked him, I said, is he a boy or a girl? And he said he's a boy, but his name is Penelope, and he likes to wear dresses. And I said, oh, okay. And that was the end of the conversation. That's all. Leave it alone. Like, if that's your understanding of it, great. And I just realized that me as a parent trying to push, you know, my lack of understanding is not going to help him. And I have also been exposed. Exposed is not the right word, but I've had experiences. A lot of it is lack of experience. Like, and I can, when white people use the fact that they don't know black people or they don't know people of color as a reason to not learn, you know, I put myself in that position when it comes to other things I don't know about, like, or that I'm not directly a part of, like the LGBTQ community. And so, you know, like I have a friendship now with a trans person that I have not had before. And so I was able to learn new things, and I was able to learn to speak differently because that person impacted me in the way that I speak about it. Even if I feel a certain way on it, I am learning how to transition the way I speak about it, because we all want to be heard, you know? And what I also have to keep in mind is everyone wants to say, oh, you know, this LGBT stuff is new. It's not that it's new. It's that they were not given the opportunity to express themselves. society has oppressed that community. And it is something that we have to address, that they have not been able to express themselves as people. Now, if we want to get into religions and all that, that's another topic for another day. But as human beings, I believe everyone should be able to show up how they feel most loved, and that's my take on that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. All right. So we're going to move right along. Thank you guys. We're going to move right along, but thank you guys for that discussion on intersectionality. So I wanted to also talk about the downside, because I think we kind of brushed on it, but I want to brush on it a little bit more, because I think us up here are in a place of doing this work for a little bit of time. So the backlash isn't necessarily discouraging to us at this point. But for people out there wanting to grow on social media as an activist, wanting to step out and speak up on something, like even me, I could say about me being an LGBT ally. I've started sharing more things and learning more information, and then you'll have people like, but wasn't that the girl that was that? Okay, so I'm not allowed to grow? I give myself permission to grow, and you should too. And I don't think we should demonize and criminalize people for learning. We are humans, especially if it's not coming from a hateful place. Hate, I don't have no room for that. But yeah, let's discuss just how to really use your voice and push past the negativity that may come at you for speaking up truth. I think it's expected, but many people, when put in that position, I'll keep bringing up October 7th because it's relevant, but a lot of people spoke up pretty immediately for Palestine, and then there were a lot of people that were kind of silent. I don't think we talk about that enough. There was a period of silence from a lot of people on social media. And so when you did speak up about it or speak out, you didn't know what to expect, people losing jobs, people losing friends, all sorts of stuff. So it's not just social media. It's for those who think that it is, when you're using your voice and telling your truth or trying to educate on other people's truth, it may come with repercussions. And so, let's just have some discussion around that a little bit.
There are consequences to using your voice online, especially, I guess I'll share my personal story about this. But when you're talking about something a topic so heavy like Palestine, like genocide, you need to take steps to protect your peace, your family's peace, and your privacy, especially. For example, over the summer, a Zionist called one of my uncles asking for information about me. My uncle lives multiple states away, and they tracked him down. Another example is Zionists wrote my name on a bomb that they dropped at Gaza. Horrible. Another example is
next level evilness.
Something that I will not share yet, but I'll probably share it next week. That happened to me on the way coming to this event. Probably the worst thing that has been attempted against me yet. But you have to be strong, and you have to have your resolve and know that you are not alone, and you have friends all around you, like-minded people who care about the same things you do, who know the same things you do, and you have to find your strength in that. So yeah.
I think it's the least we can do. I mean, what protection do the Palestinians have? They're facing, unimaginable consequences. So the least thing that I can do is speak on their behalf because they have no voice. Not to say that they don't have a voice, but at least I can amplify their voice. And I just don't care anymore. I mean, if it offends you, okay. I mean, who are these people? They're okay. I wanted to say something not, F off or something. But I want to be respectful here. But I just don't care anymore. Who are they? They're just a bunch of keyboard warriors. They can go seethe and cope and brood about it. They're not going to do anything. They're all, faceless trolls, in my opinion. But I mean, I'm not speaking to, obviously, there are real life consequences that you've experienced, and I've experienced too. I guess I'm at the point of life, the point in my life where I just don't care. It's if it offends you, it's probably meant to offend you. So it's not going to stop me from speaking the truth, So.
Naley, you want to comment?
Yeah, I think if you are being threatened for speaking your truth, that must mean you're really powerful. So I think, it's working, and I think you should. I don't know. It makes me feel like what I have to say matters enough that it's triggering people, and I think like triggering people is actually to be triggered is actually a sign of change, right? It's like someone knows inside that something's wrong, and like they're not confronting it. So if you're triggering someone with your message, and I've been triggered, I know that because people have triggered me, but that made me kind of have to look at what it was that I was actually being angry at. So I think that there's a lot of power in triggering people, and it's obviously unfortunate and scary to receive threats, but you just have to keep speaking your truth.
I agree with what Rathbone said, and what you just said about the comparison to what the Palestinians are going through is nothing to what I've experienced.
Yeah, I mean, I get up and I go walk to the coffee store. I'm not in fear of getting bombed. I mean, I'm going to go back to my apartment, and it's going to still be there. I'm going to have a nice bed and a warm meal and all this. Like, I have all the things. So that's not something that is afforded to the Palestinians, and that's a great injustice. And the least I can do is speak up about that.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for that. You said something important earlier, Guy. I think it was you that said it about how, or maybe it was you, Naley. Sorry, about how
wasn't me.
I don't think it was you, Rathbone. It was too sophisticated. No, I'm just kidding.
Kick me while I'm down, why don't you?
Emotional damage. Okay, so what you said was about it was you, Naley. You said whether you have 500 or 5,000, like you would rather have 5,000 that are truly engaged than like 5 million who are just there. Mm-hmm. Like I know people just hear that as words, right? But can we all talk about the importance of building real community and what that looks like? And I can even start it off quickly about how I've shared digital space with people that has turned into real life activism and organizing. Over the past year, I had the opportunity to travel to Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, to get people registered to vote, one, and secondly, to protest against Southern Company, which is a bad company in the South that provides power to Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. And I was connected to that project by somebody in California that I had never met before, and we all decided to fly out and go do this work. And here's what got to me was first of all, we had to raise funds to go because, listen, I was broke. And I'm like, yo, this is what community action is all about. It makes no sense to me why most social justice activists are struggling to pay every single one of their bills. Every single month I'm seeing Cash Apps and GoFundMe, and rightfully so, because I think that you should ask. Closed mouths don't get fed. It's all about community aid and community help. And I think they should ask, but it's sad that they actually have to ask. That kind of work should be given the credit and payment and stuff that it deserves. But not to go off topic, but let's talk about how building our online spaces have impacted just everything. Because like me meeting that group and then meeting other people online and doing the actual work has shown me that it's bigger than social media. You know, like I'm actually impacting real work, impacting real lives. And I'm sorry, I had lost my train of thought about Mississippi. I got to get back to it. What people were saying when I was, telling them raising money, I'm going there. They're like, "Girl, why are you going there? Like, you going to Mississippi? Like, why you want to go there?" And I was just like, "Well, isn't it a part of America? Do the people in Mississippi not matter or something? Like, are we like, oh, Mississippi? Like, how?" It kind of feels like we abandoned the South a little bit, and it's like, I don't think it's talked about enough. We can't just be like, oh, it's racist down there, so we just gonna leave them all down there in the racism, like they need our voices. Like, so yes, we flew out to Mississippi, from all these different places to bring awareness to what was going on with Southern Company and how they're literally charging the hell out of poor people for power, and the poor people have no choice but to pay. People need our voices to speak up for them. And social media has been able to build that and give us space to do that. But it is work to do that. It doesn't just happen overnight that you just have even 100 followers that just want to follow you. Like, everything takes work. And building a community takes work. Building an online community really takes work. So I'll let you guys talk. Who wants to go first?
What was the question?
About building an online community and like what that can do, why that's good for social media to begin with. Like, versus trying to just have a bunch of followers or trying to get visibility. Like, why is it important to build your community first and then educate after?
I don't know if I'm going to give a good answer to that, because it just sort of it just sort of happened. It was not like I was planning on it. I had issues that I was passionate about that I wanted to share, and I felt like I had my principles in place. And I think once you get rooted in your principles, you can then start to decode all the many different individual phenomena that rise up, manifest themselves in our society and the world. So, is it work? Yes. But it's also, it doesn't feel like work because I'm passionate about it, and I feel like I'm doing good. And so, I'll make I started a TikTok account, and I had no idea that it would get any sense of engagement, but it started to, and then people started commenting, and they would comment some dumb thing that I wanted to correct them on, and I thought that it was always more powerful to respond to a comment with another video with my face saying the words, giving a full response, and I just kind of became addicted to debunking these asinine comments that are just dumb propaganda, that you're fed, and I was fed, and I never at that, up until that point, I could have never, articulated why or been able to respond, but at that point I was able to do that, so I just became sort of addicted to that, and then, being constantly engaging with content, it sort of has a steamroll effect, if you will. Momentum builds, and then pretty soon people are just watching you to hear what your next take is. So I'm sort of out of that.
When I make my videos, I try to make them as if I'm talking to you directly. It's a one-on-one conversation, and I feel like that is really important in community building, for me at least, because it puts you in like that one-on-one situation. Someone in an earlier panel, I believe it was Paul, was talking about the importance of those one-on-one situations where people are educated, and those are the most valuable, and I agree with what he said. And so I've been trying to replicate that one-on-one type feeling, because I feel like I'm bringing a message to people with open arms, and it makes people so much more open-minded to hearing things that are supposed to make them uncomfortable.
And there's different ways you can do it too. I mean, you know, you can be straight-laced and be genuine and sincere, which you're great at, and you can also be satirical, and you can use sarcasm. And with Israel, I don't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing that I'm appalled by what they're doing. I want to ridicule them for their cowardice. I want to, you know, it's like that 12-year-old Palestinian girl said, like, decades ago, because this was always going on, she said their cowardice is legendary. And, you know, it's just, you got to ridicule and shame them because they're not even, you know, what they're doing is not human. And, you know, I feel like they revel in being reviled, you know, so I don't want to give them that. But, I don't know.
I think if the question is, how do we build community off of our social media platforms? I think one thing about social media is that everyone has an opinion and everyone has a hot take. And everyone feels like everyone's given a platform to give their hot take. And then it's also like, what happens after that, right? So you do have to you have to actually do something after that, right? Like, you can't just constantly talk about it. Okay, great, you opened up my mind, and then what? And I think one of the things I did was I just started hitting people up that was on the same frequency, that also had platforms, and was like, if you're ever here in this neighborhood, I would love to meet. And actually just started meeting people and connecting with them. And literally, it was like a spider web. It was like this person would connect to this person, that person would connect this person, and literally finding that actually there's so many artists and writers and creatives that are doing amazing things. And it's not just always about networking up, it's networking across, and making sure that you are taking what you're doing online offline. And that doesn't just have to be if you have a platform. It's just even if you are just a person that has like 100 followers, if you're organizing your community, find people in your community and start working there. We all have different skill sets, and if it comes down to, okay, like, let's collaborate on this. I've literally met so many people just this year that are doing phenomenal work, and then just started collaborating with them, and that opened up so many opportunities. And I think that's something that Zionists do really well, is that they have first of all, their power across institutions is wild, but a lot of us are the working forces that work under those institutions. And it's like, it can actually be quite amazing to know that someone is working for those institutions, but then are very pro-Palestine and are also doing something on their, you know, off time to work for the liberation. So I think the work that we're doing online, I think that can also get to people's head, because they look at their following count and that gets to their head, and it's just like, we are all equals and we're all amazing and everyone is doing amazing work, but I think like it actually has to manifest into something material in this world. And you have to actually, I think my advice to a lot of young people is, if you have a lot to say and you're good at yapping, that means that you're probably an artist, you're probably someone who is a creative, and you need to actually bring that into the physical world and figure out what that is, because it is more than just, like, a platform is great, but you can actually leverage your platform to create the art that you want to see and manifest that into the real world. And I think that is really important, because art really is, in my opinion, art is freedom, and that's what we're all here to do. It's like when we are in creativity.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when we're in creativity, we are in God's energy, and God is our creator. So I think that is what's necessary.
And on that note, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today's social media and social justice panel. Thank you guys so much. That was really awesome. We're going to open it up to a couple questions now from the audience. Oh, I see a couple. Okay, do you mind handing her a mic?
I got it.
Okay, thank you. She can start.
Hello. I just want to say I watch all of your videos, all of your postings. I'm always on your guys' feed, so I appreciate the work that you guys do. You're going to see a lot of me.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Thanks. I wanted to touch on, after George Floyd's death, there were a lot of important conversations, especially me, ethnically Puerto Rican, racially very white. So there were a lot of conversations that were important at that time. And one of them that always sticks with me is that black people and black and brown people, and black people in America specifically, you know, are justified in being cautious or not wanting to invite white people into their spaces because white tears kill, you know, their words are taken more seriously and all that stuff. And now with everything that's going on in Palestine, I work with a ton of Jewish people, and there have been situations where somebody I really respected, who I knew they were Jewish before, you know, it was a problem, I'm not anti-Semitic, but somebody I really respected, you know, after like November, she posted something about buying IDF soldiers $300 watches, and they were trying to get 110 of them. And so
Gross.
I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate and be respectful to Jewish allies, because they're essential in this conversation about Palestine, as are Palestinians, of course. But also, I'm dealing with this hesitance and caution because they hold so much power in, you know, our world, in jobs and stuff like that, and doxing and things like that. And it's not just me. My boyfriend is a black Nigerian man, and I have to worry about his safety. So I wanted to know your thoughts on those things.
Can I start? Only because I want to make sure I'm understanding, because Jewish and Judaism and Zionism are two different things. So I want to make sure we're on the same page with that. So you mean they happen to be a combination of both?
I work with Jewish people who are Zionists.
Okay.
Right, and that's where I know Jewish people who aren't Zionists and who are a part of the movement. There's Jewish Voice for Peace, you know, and there are tons of people who are, you know, doing the right thing.
Gotcha. Okay. No. I thank you for the clarification. I'll quickly say, because I grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland, that is a highly concentrated area of Orthodox Jews. Right, so I had a very unique upbringing experience. I literally grew up around all Jewish people. And in my experience, Jewish people are loving, they are big on family, you know, big on religion and community, and that is the version of Judaism that I saw. So me growing up and learning about Zionism and you know, how it's infiltrated and tried to pretend to be Judaism. To me, it's similar to what racism has done in Christianity. It's tried to take away from the religion and its principles. I will just say that the best way to combat that internally with yourself is remembering that their principles, Jewish principles, do not align with Zionism. And so if they are showing that, then you have every right to question their, you know, faith as a Jew. I don't know if you say that outwardly or just, you know, internally understand that this person is a Zionist and I cannot have certain dialogues with them, because we have to learn to protect our peace too. So that's where I'm at with it.
Judaism is not an ethnic. I'm sorry. Were you about to go? Okay, awkward pause. Judaism is not an ethnic cleansing campaign. Zionism is a political organization built on the idea of Jewish supremacy carrying out settler colonialism, you know? So just, I mean, we battle this, I think, every day, just people that are trying to label us as anti-Semitic, which is another word that I feel like is just overused, oversaturated, doesn't even mean anything anymore. Just say anti-Jewish, because anti-Semitic, you're conflating, again, you're conflating, you know, a territory with a religion, you know, Semites are Palestinians.
Yep.
So how,
Talk about it now.
The greatest anti-Semitic organization in the world is the Israeli state, you know, so I don't know if you're talking about interpersonal, you know, relationships with your coworkers or whoever, just, I would, like Lyteria says, just remind them that Judaism is not Zionism.
I think it can be really hard because a lot of there are a lot of Jewish people that do identify with Zionism. So to them, it's like, it's the same. But for us, as non-Jewish people, to them, it's like, why are you making it seem like there's two separate things when I'm a Jewish person and I'm Zionist? So I do understand that that's really difficult. I think that it's also like, at this point, a year into this genocide, I'm so sick of having to constantly being like, I'm not anti-Semitic, or I constantly needing to ensure that I am worrying about the safety of Jewish people as Palestinians are being murdered. And it's not just Palestinians, it's like now the entire Levant region, where you have Lebanese people being bombed, you have people in Syria and Jordan and Egypt and Iran, and it's on and on and on. And it's like, we are trying to secure the safety of a group of people who are not dying. We are worried about their feelings being hurt, whereas one group of people are being exterminated. And we do not need to no longer consistently apologize and worry about their feelings. That's it. It's done. And I think we should show up with that same energy. It's like, a year into this, we do not need to consistently worry about their feelings. A group of people in this entire region, we are at risk of going into a regional war. That is something that we should all be afraid of. And at this point, are we trying to ensure the safety of Jewish people's feelings at the juncture of a regional war? I think we need to be honest with ourselves. And we do this only when it comes to Muslims and Arabs, to make sure that, people are constantly like, both sides. Let me talk about both sides. And it's like, do people do both sides when they talk about the Holocaust? Like, do people go, I wonder how the Nazis felt? Like, I want to make sure. No one talks about the Nazis with compassion or empathy, but they feel that they need to do that when it comes to Arabs and Muslims. And that is inherent racism. And I'm so sick of it. It's like, no one does that when we talk about Black Americans and white Americans and their history. Mm-hmm. No one tries to find compassion for white Americans. Actually, they might, but you know what I mean? Like, Black Americans are rightfully okay to call a white person a cracker, and that is fine. Yeah. They have their right to feel that. But when it comes to Palestinians feeling that way about Jewish people, it's like, whoa, are you anti-Semitic? And it's like, why can't they feel to their fullest rage how they want to feel against a group of people who are killing them, who kill their mothers, their fathers, their brothers? Like, the situation in Palestine is way more severe than I fear that we are actually witnessing as. And I think that Palestinians have every right, and not just Palestinians, Lebanese people, this entire region that has been part of this for decades, their grandparents and parents are literally dying. They have every right to feel whatever they want to feel towards Jewish people, towards Zionists, whatever. And we should give them the right to feel that, instead of trying to make sure that we are chokeholding them into making sure that they are being politically correct at the juncture of the genocide. It is unfair and it's racist.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's touching on what you said about the hierarchy of needs. You have to worry about your basic needs, your life, eating, not starving, before you can worry about all these other things. And I think what you're saying also ties into how people want to police the way Palestinians resist.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Mm-hmm.
Do you condemn Hamas? I'm not one to judge. They have the right to resist violently.
Yes.
Hey. That's international law.
That's international law.
Right.
That's right.
And I think, like, even when we talk about the resistance in the Middle East, this is not just something that was born organically. When we talk about Hezbollah and Hamas or any of the militias, that this is a direct response of Western violence in the region. That is not because one day people grew up and was like, we're going to be Islamic extremists. No, that is a response to Western violence and Western interference in the region. So when people talk about Iran, we need to talk about the history of Iran and America and the UK's influence in Iran. So if you're not willing to talk about that, then don't talk about resistance. If you're not going to do shit, don't talk about shit. That's how I feel.
And on that note, we're going to move on to the next question. Thank you. Who's next? Thank you. That was a great question.
Thank you for all of you guys speaking up. Appreciate what you're doing. They told me to stand up. So my question is twofold. One is, Guy, you talked about taking concrete steps to protect not only your inner peace, but your safety and your family safety. If you can talk a little bit about that. And then if you or anybody on the panel has any concerns about TikTok making itself, or them making TikTok illegal in the U.S. and how do you think this is going to like affect your messaging online? Thank you.
Yeah, so I will say, like, I've been making content on social media for about 5 years, since I was 14 years old. And so I've been doing this for a long time, and throughout the years, even before I was an activist, people would harass me and my family, and it has taken a toll. I'll share that. It's taken a toll, and it's important, and I tell this to fellow creators that I meet, that you have to protect your privacy. And so I attend college as a freshman. I don't share with near anybody where I go to college. I don't share the town I grew up in, the towns I lived in, where my family's home is. I don't say any of that. And it's to protect not only my relationship with my family, because all of this creates tension there, but our peace and our safety. And it's hard. It really is. It is hard.
It's in Hawaii. That's what I'm just
Yeah, I go to school in Hawaii. And I guess just to start talking about the TikTok ban, we all know that they shoved the ban to essentially ban TikTok into the bill this spring that gave Israel $26 billion in military aid. And they did it last minute. And then I think less than 2 months later, we saw Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, and Mitt Romney, trash, exactly, talk about how they moved to ban TikTok because it is the platform that is the most pro-Palestinian. And so I guess I'll leave that with you guys to add on. So,
the TikTok ban, I don't really think about it. I don't think it's going to become illegal. I think TikTok is not going anywhere. Isn't the servers, like the censorship, like servers, aren't they controlled by like ex-NATO officials? Yeah.
Oracle, yeah.
Like
they moved into the United States under Trump when Trump attempted to ban TikTok. The genie is out of the bottle. If it's not going to be TikTok, like we're going to find another way. This is not going anywhere. There's always been resistance to these oppressive power structures that we have in our society. So but TikTok has been obviously very effective in changing people's mind, and obviously the people at the top are afraid of that. But I want to say one more thing about this. So there have been 2, maybe 3 attempts at a TikTok ban over the course of my time on TikTok, and only this recent one has encouraged me to start posting onto other platforms, and I encourage every activist, every person to post across platforms, because it's important that you maintain that community. We were talking about community building earlier, to bring all those different people together and keep yourself connected with that community. I think it's very important to do so. So yeah.
I was sorry. I was also just speaking about being banned. Like it just occurred to me, like I'm permanently banned on TikTok Live for donning a ski mask and showing the Houthi flag. And then I got banned on YouTube for sharing Abu Ubaidah speech. He's a spokesperson for the 3 Hamasketeers, because everything is Hamas, obviously. But so I don't know. You have to. There's obviously a line you have to toe, and you have to. I haven't been good at it, but I pivot. I go to Twitter. Or I'll go to Instagram.
Twitter.
As much as we hate Twitter, and as much as we hate apartheid Clyde, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a constant. It's a constant song and dance you got to play. I think with the censorship and the shadow banning, but
we love free speech.
Right, you'd think so. I mean, but it's another thing is we always, or at least I always ask, free speech for who? Freedom for who? Democracy for who? And I always want to, I want to, pose this too. When you're critiquing or criticizing something, what is this criticism in service of? who does the criticism serve? And we should always be punching up and make sure that our critique is, that way, not down. So it's another thing of, we don't get the right to tell Palestinians how they should resist being annihilated, okay?
Yep.
And Naley also brought up a really good rhetorical device that you can use to battle Zionist propaganda, which is just to create a metaphor, show an analog in history. So it's the same essential power dynamic as the Nazis and the Jews, or slaves and slave owners. It's the same power dynamic. So when you throw it to these other examples, it becomes crystal clear what's going on, and you can get through all the propaganda, I think.
Thank you. Now, you want to answer?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Next question.
Hi, this is Chevrolet. I'm an artist, not an influencer, but I'm working on it. I'm working on how to not be shadow banned and censored, and I have literal questions about just how you maintain like not having features removed a lot, because I even have I can't even go live anymore because I was going live with people in Gaza like very often, almost every day, and then they just removed the feature completely. So things like that. And I'm on TikTok, and can I still go viral?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There's hope, girl.
Okay. Can we do a collab?
I got you. Sign me up there.
Because, when you start to watch the numbers fall, and I know a lot of people have experienced this, like this is a time where we really want our voices to be amplified if we feel the message in our hearts.
Yeah.
And with so many people being shadow banned and censored and having all these features removed, and knowing that sometimes these platforms it's all some people have, right? Because they're not able to build with their actual community around them. So online exists this community, and we're so grateful for it, right? But I've just experienced a lot of that, like, oh no, I'm falling behind. People aren't seeing this, and I'm posting really powerful shit, So I guess my question is like, what are the basic tools I think that you could share with people who might not have a big following, or what are just like those things that you always keep in mind as influencers, as people on social media who maintain, the platform without losing, every time, but like you're just gaining, right? We're gaining momentum. So what are just some of those like basic tools that you guys use that you always keep in mind when you're posting, especially when you're hashtagging? Do you guys hashtag Free Palestine anymore? No, we don't do that, right?
I do, but I'm a different breed.
Right. No, I've been told.
I still do because I'm shadow banned anyway. So I'm
right.
I still do, but I use other tactics to combat the shadow ban, like we were talking about. The collaboration feature is great. If you're being shadow banned, you reach out to other people in community like, hey, I'm going to tag you on this post. I really want it to get out there. A large part of it is communication. And I'm going to pass it to the panelists, but I just wanted to quickly say a huge part of it is just pushing forward. Like, do not look at the numbers. I tell people, because if you do, then you will get caught up in that, I feel like maybe I'm not serving my people the way I should be serving. But you have to have an understanding of your passion and your purpose and use that to keep going. Because if it's the numbers go up and they go down, and these platforms are rigged anyways. You just have to believe that your information is going to get to who it needs to get to, but also know you need a little bit of strategy. Okay, thank you.
I think what worked for me was, one, just taking a break from social media, like kind of resetting it a little bit, and also sharing things that are not related to Palestine. I think there's also something that I've been wanting to talk about, but doom scrolling and constantly taking in all this information that is happening in Palestine. And I don't think it is good for our nervous system to see so much death. And I think it can be actually nice to take a break from it. And I found that that's what helped me, is also talking about other things. And then that just boosting the algorithm back up. But I think it's just a weight game.
Even though I don't use hashtag Free Palestine, I use hashtag Your Favorite Guy, which is practically hashtag Free Palestine at this point. But I guess I'll share some strategies I keep in mind when I make content. I think posting consistently multiple times is one of the key strategies to building momentum on social media.
Actual post?
Actual post.
Yeah.
Actual post. Post to your feed multiple times, 2 to 3 times or more in a day. That's what I try to do. I find that if I'm not doing that, and this is kind of messed up, if I'm not doing that, if I were to post once every 3 days or once a week, even no matter how good the post is, compared to what I've seen over the past couple of years is that the views come in waves. And when you have something, your opinion, a video go viral, that will build on as you continue to post every single day, and it'll crest and it'll fall back down. And that is what always happens. That's what I've seen in all my analytics on every platform. And sometimes, like I think 2 weeks ago, I was averaging. I'd spent 8 hours editing a few videos for my pages, and I was so disappointed to see they didn't even break 15,000 views on my TikTok. I was like, what's going on? And then this week I had a video for the first time in probably 3 or 4 months hit 1 million views, and it just comes in waves, and you have to ride it, but you have to ride the wave sometimes. Other techniques I use is I'm very vocal in the words. I don't mince words, so I'll say it's a genocide in my videos. And the TikTok will flag that word. They'll flag if you say Hamas or Hezbollah. And what I've done is I like putting captions on my videos. I think it helps people like comprehend and understand what I'm talking about. But I will go through my captions and censor myself. I'll use emojis, and I found that does help. Yeah, so those are some strategies.
I think what my good friend Guy is trying to say is you should do what's commonly referred to as shit posting. You know, just constantly being visible and loud and posting 2 to 3 times a day. And I think consistency really is key. But apart from that, they've caught on to all my tricks at this point. Okay, I've run out of tools in my toolbox. I'm hoping that you can actually help me learn some new tricks, because, yeah, I'm all out, so.
Again, I would recommend posting across different social media platforms, as well as sometimes a video it will be suppressed, and all you need to do is cut out a little part at the beginning or end, and it'll perform entirely differently. Yeah, and the difference can be like 400, 500% sometimes. I've seen a recent example of that has happened to me.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta take from Malcolm X to MLK real quick for Instagram, because they be censoring. It's true. It's true. I think. Did you want to add anything else? Okay. I think we have time for one more question, so take it away. Thank you.
Right. Is this thing working? Okay, great. I just want to say, like, man, it is so terrible that you have to go through threats and you have to go through great. It's a terrible thing that you have to, and how old did you say you were?
18, I turned 19 very soon now.
That's terrible, man, that you're going through all this, people trying to find out where you live, and it's just terrible, man. You know, you probably receive letters or text messages, right? That kind of stuff. You thinking about Dr. King and Malcolm X, Abraham Lincoln, they all experienced the same thing that you're experiencing, man. Did they ever stop? No, they never stopped. The only time they stopped was when don't even think about it, man. Don't even think about it. It was a terrible thing that they went through, experiencing threats, life threats, and
it's a very uplifting question.
We're off to a great start.
They got shot. It was a terrible thing.
Don't even think about it, man.
Listen, that's the part nobody wants to talk about, though. The truth comes with
censoring you, yeah, man.
I think it just kind of relates to the algorithm. Sometimes you have to serve and feed the algorithm, and I disagree with the living under the algorithm. I wish it was just the following feeds like it used to be in the old days. The old days.
You have old days?
The old days.
The old days?
The old days.
You're 18. What are you talking about?
The old days, guys. Come on. Hear me out.
The good old days.
The good old days. Listen. But it actually is serious. Like, I have millions of followers on TikTok, but my videos don't get seen by any of my followers. It's all on the For You page.
Yeah.
Nobody goes through the following pages anymore.
Right.
It's because the algorithms are more addictive. So, yeah, did you want to continue with your question?
Right, yeah, no, not a question. I just need you to.
Don't worry about it.
There was a question.
Yeah, there is one more question I wanted to try to sneak in real quick. Butch, don't be mad at me, please. She's been waiting so patiently.
You're going through what Dr. King, Malcolm X, all these people, man. And you have to stay strong. You cannot stop, man.
Cut it off now.
No, you need a mic.
You must have a mic.
Thank you.
Simon, can I ask you a favor? We have time for one question, and I'd like to pass to the young lady here because you had a panel earlier today. Would that be okay? Just nod and say yes.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. So my question is, so we have Collaborate and Twitter Spaces and Discord and other open spaces and TikTok. I was wondering. So love and collective humanity is powerful. Everything that makes us cry, laugh, and think can bind us together in a collective consciousness. Online communities are a part of the future, but when the falling empire sees us sharing knowledge and being united with a common goal, they crush it by making changes in our real world. How can we maintain our solidarity?
Thank you for the question.
I think one, realizing when it's happening. And I think that requires being, I have to say awake, but there has to be some type of, I always say this as when we talk about all these wars and genocides, we need to actually talk about what the root cause is. And it's the reason for all these wars and genocides is for resources. Yeah. That is what they're mining resources. And that means that this is a war on nature, which is an ecocide. And we need to recognize that we are all part of one life force. So even if you are not recognizing what is happening to people in Palestine, you are still affected. We are energetically connected. So I think that it requires some type of connection to your source. Whatever your faith is, whatever. You have to have connection to source, to God, whatever, your universe, so that when you realize that the algorithm or these outside forces is trying to break us apart, you need to be aware of it. And I think once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You'll see it everywhere. You'll see how they had Cardi B say, in November, she's not endorsing anybody. And now she's all about Kamala. And you need to look at that and be what is happening here? And really look at it from a bird's eye point of view. And if you are able to see it from a bird's eye point of view and you're awake to what's happening, I feel like there's no way this solidarity can be breaking. And I think that this is a revolution. This is a movement. It's going to take time. This is not just a fad. This is a real thing. And a couple weeks ago, I went to the screening for Mutulu Shakur about, I just want to say this briefly, but it was about the Young Lords and the Black Panthers in the 70s, and they took over Lincoln Hospital. They literally went in and occupied the hospital in protest of the misconduct happening at Lincoln Hospital. There was a member from the Young Lords that was present at the screening, and I remember he said something that was also a revolution. What was happening in the 60s and 70s was also a revolution, but he said he feels that that revolution was failed. He said, we have another chance at revolution, and we have to ensure that we do not fail this time, because this is the last time we can actually have it.
I think that was a great answer.
Yeah. The only minority that we need to blame and oppress is the 1%. And the point that I'm trying to make is that there's way more of us than there are of them. So, I mean, we need more people to understand this and understand that we have the power in numbers. We just got to get everybody all on the same page. I had another point, but I'm drawing a blank now.
And that's why we try to educate people and get the word out, because that's all that makes the difference, is people hearing what our messages are, what we're trying to do. That's important. So, yeah.
And they're completely illegitimate. These people, they have no right to this power. Why are we giving them power?
Yeah.
You know, and they're exploiting all of us every day, and it's enraging. As soon as I learned how exploitative capitalism is, and you know, I've had this flowery disposition my whole life that there must be some justification for how things are. You know, might makes right. It was just a fallacy. But as soon as you pull back the layers, you see that it's all illegitimate. There's no legitimacy whatsoever. So you know, we're gonna win. Okay.
We gonna win. We're gonna win. On that note, thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists. Before we end, can y'all please give your handles? I don't want to assume that everyone knows who we are, so that you guys can follow and you know, stay up to date with us. I'll go first. I'm Young, Black, and Aware. Feel free to follow me on Instagram.
Yes, I'm Naley by nature.
Your favorite guy.
And I'm your favorite Rathbone. Just Rathbone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another round of applause also for our challenge here today. Thank you, Julia. So for those that came in late, believe it or not, we're actually on schedule. So I know a lot of people didn't get the announcement. Please send prayers and good wishes to Mark Lamont Hill, who had to cancel. He's got a family member suffering a medical emergency for, in point of fact, the second time in a week. So we pushed back our timetable a little bit and had a longer lunch. We're about to transition to my dialogue with Briahna Joy Gray. And then after that, we're going to go take a break for those that need to pray, Margaret prayer, and then Saul Williams will close us out with Saul Williams. So if everyone should feel free to grab some coffee or some fruit, we are going to take a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 1:45. And in the meantime, we're going to reset the stage here for just 2 chairs. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves, grab some coffee, grab some water, grab a snack, and we'll be ready to go here in 15.
Thank you. And 1:45 is 5:45 for those of you who don't know. Thank you.
Bottom of the hour.
You still didn't learn.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Southside in the building. What? Okay. All right, so I've just been given the green light from our amazing crew. And can we just quick get a round of applause for Home Planet Productions? Outstanding. Welcome in to our special session, our dialogue with Briahna Joy Gray. We're calling this session Maroon Media and Corporate Control. And this is going to be set as a dialogue. Some of you might have seen the episode of Bad Faith Podcast, Briahna's amazing show where she interviewed me. And when I was pitching the idea of this event, I said, oh, I'm going to return the favor. It's my chance to interview you. But we are going to, I think, make it a dialogue. Feel free to push back and ask me questions at any point. And I had a few things that I wanted to ask you in the course of the discussion. So I'll just say a quick word about the concept behind the session and the title. And since I'm a university professor and since I'm in a classroom, I'm going to ask how many people know what the term maroon and maroon media means. Raise your hand. Come on now. Jason Call, campaign manager for a certain presidential ticket that will not be mentioned because we don't want to violate any rules. Jason, can you explain what maroon is?
I hope I have this right, but weren't they the Haitian resistance in the Haitian Revolution?
Partial credit, yes. Yes, and now we go to Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, who for sure can answer this question. And Jason definitely set it up. Dr. Tasneem, knock it down.
Yeah, so a maroon is someone in a group of people that have emancipated themselves and reconstituted societies in the hinterlands or the borderlands of plantations or in the mountains, in the woods. So the word maroon comes from the Spanish word cimarron, right?
Yep.
Which they called us as fugitive, wild cattle, feral cattle, or fugitives. But you cannot be a fugitive if you have known freedom. Woo! So it is the memory of freedom which maroons were seeking. And that is the first act and the assertion of our humanity and our resistance in this place.
I don't touch it, it's too hot. So I'll elaborate on this excellent introduction framed in two parts. Some of these maroon communities, like the Quilombo of Palmares in Brazil, numbered as many as 100,000 or 150,000 people. When the maroon community that I just mentioned of Palmares in Brazil reconstituted itself, it chose a Kimbundu word, a West Central African word, for a mobile military war camp. And that's what a Quilombo is. So these maroon communities established themselves in the mountains of Jamaica, and the modern Rastafarian communities that sit in those hills now waiting for the end of days, preparing for the end of days, are the descendants of maroon communities. Maroons are people that free themselves because they never accept the dominant order of the white supremacist racial capitalist system. Is the title of this panel beginning to make more sense to you? Okay. So we are going to talk with Briahna Joy Gray, who has struck out on her own because of this corporate controlled media. And as we have been discussing, and this is just a small bone to pick with people, everybody throughout the course of the day has been calling this the End of Empire Conference. But I'm sorry, there's two parts to the alliteration. The end of empire and the future of freedom. Don't forget that part. In the Wolof language of West Africa, which I learned to speak fluently when I was becoming my own intellectual maroon, living in West Africa, studying with Islamic teachers and doing a PhD, I learned this expression. They say the child of Adam does not release what their hand is holding until they are reaching for something better. So much of our work is on deconstruction and criticism of the imperialist apparatus. How much of our work is on the constitution of the future of freedom that we want to inhabit? And that includes maroon media spaces, fostering the conversations that lead us to liberation and that remind us, and this is my last kind of chair's prerogative on the last panel, remember the framing at the outset of this conference. All empires fall. This is a universal truth acknowledged across all of our faiths and philosophies. And when you understand that the fall of the empire is not impossible, it is inevitable, then you must inevitably turn your attention to the society that you want to build. Yes, Haitian rebels were Maroons. And through their praxis of revolution, they built a society that did not yet exist anywhere in the world. This is the subversive, insurgent, revolutionary intellectual aim of this gathering and of this particular session. And with that, I'd like to introduce somebody who needs no introduction, Briahna Joy Gray. And rather than doing an introduction, I'm just going to introduce points of her CV and her accomplishments as part of the narrative process, as part of asking you questions.
Sure.
So you and I were both born in Washington, D.C.
True.
True. And also raised in different places. I won't ask you kind of too much about like your journey in childhood, but what kind of engagement did you develop with the radical tradition and when? That's the first thing. And then to get that CV point on there, JD from Harvard University, right? So what made you pursue law as your course?
Thank you for that, and I just want to say thank you so much for the warm welcome and introduction. This day has been extraordinary. This weekend so far has been extraordinary, and it feels wonderful to get offline and to, I mean, seriously, I know we just had a panel on online activism, but it feels really restorative to be in the real world. Opportunities like this obviously declined during COVID, and I'm still very grateful for them, and I really cherish them, and I want to thank you again for the invitation. I was born in Washington, D.C. Neither of my parents is from there, and I did not ever really live there until I moved there to work for the Bernie campaign, but my parents went to Howard and met at Howard, and I was born, my mother recently corrected me on this, I was not born in Howard University Hospital, but I was born nearby. And I decided to go to law school, I think, like a lot of people, because you're graduating from college, you're 21 years old, the world is precarious, you don't really know a lot about what you want to do, but people have been telling you you're good at arguing and you're a good writer your whole life.
Yeah.
So, you know, I did the expected thing because all I knew is that I wanted some kind of stability or a fallback while I figured myself out. And it actually ended up being sort of the opposite. Law school was a radicalizing experience for me in a couple of ways. I was very grateful to have a professor who had a background as a Marxist economist. He did not market himself that way. He was kind of flying under the radar. But I had him for my torts class and then later for corporations, which I didn't want to take unless I could take it with him, because it was a sort of an anti-corporations class where he debunked a lot of the mythology that you would normally get in your basic economics classes and in your corporate law classes. And I do think that studying the law empowered me to speak with more confidence about not just why the world wasn't working, but why it was designed to work the way it does, which is to work not for the interest of the majority of the people who are living in it. And so then years later, as many of you probably experienced, I was sort of woken up again by the Bernie movement. Yep. And when someone came along on a presidential ticket who was saying basic things like healthcare is a human right, it felt like it made a lot of sense. And some of the tension and dissonance that I had felt around politics and the kind of disaffectedness that I felt around politics evaporated. But what I also experienced at the same time was that other people had a very different reaction to someone stating basic sort of moral precepts, and it made them very defensive. And I think it made them uncomfortable because they were being challenged on why they had settled for so much less for so long. And I think that in many ways, the country is still dealing with those, once upon a time, many of us were all good liberals, and then there was this tension, right? And that's sort of the battle that's still being fought. But I will caveat that by saying you asked a little bit about my origin. I'm overstating it by calling myself ever a good liberal because my mother likes to say that when she went to Howard, in many respects, she did not feel like she fit in. Yeah. Her father was in the Nation. She felt like she had already had a very substantial education in Black radical politics prior to going to college. She found the sorority and fraternity, the Greek life, to be very conservative and very backward. And she continues to find herself in a really frustrating situation when so many of her peers who also went to Howard are very enthusiastic about a certain political candidate who was very much a part of that inner circle in Greek life there. But she's always wanting to remind me that there were people always throughout time that resisted that.
AKAs for genocide? Is that the AKAs for the AK?
Right. And the idea that because you went to Howard and because you're a Black woman of a certain age, you have to have certain kind of politics has been very frustrating for her. And so I'm very grateful to have had her example as someone who never voted for Democrats, who voted Green her entire life, with the exception of many of us were hoodwinked by Obama.
The first time over, he got me once, he didn't get me twice.
Right, but we learned our lesson the hard way. And that, in turn, was a gift from my grandfather, who I'm also very grateful for, and who injected a real radical politics into that side of the family.
Can you say his name? I'm just
Ronald Eggleston, or as he preferred at a certain point in his life, Ronald X.
Say word, okay.
Yeah.
So the origin story is actually really helpful and deeply instructive, and it connects with mine. People know, some people know the way that Malcolm kind of figures in my own origin story. So you jumped ahead to Bernie. I'm going to put a pin in that and come back to it. Talk to us about writing for The Intercept. And that kind of stage in your development and kind of where your head is at, where your heart is at that stage of things.
Yeah, so every sort of professional move that I've made that was a political one was very accidental and really stemmed from me being a person in the world who was deeply frustrated that the media that I was consuming was not reflecting my experience. And even more than that, was making the case that someone like me couldn't have the politics that I had. Because if you recall, way back in the day, in the 2015, 2016 era, a lot of the messaging that was used to suppress the movement energy was saying things like, if you're a progressive, if you're a leftist, you're anti-Black. Like, this is a white movement. Only white people care about Marx. There's no radical leftist tradition among Black people. I mean, it was really absurd stuff.
Can I just jump in there?
Please.
So we are on UCSB's campus, and would anybody like to intervene as to why those kinds of statements about Marxism and Black people are absurd in this environment? No, Dr. Tasneem, we know you know this answer. You don't get no more extra credit, and don't be leaving no apple on my desk neither. Brother Aaron, and can somebody else get Aaron a mic? It's not that I don't want to stand up, but I don't want to stand up.
From my recollection, when I used to go to this campus, there's a class here called Black Marxism.
Yeah. And who taught that class?
Cedric Robinson.
Cedric Robinson. So don't forget that here at UCSB's campus, Despite the reactionary Zionist politics of the current boards of regents and others in authority that have, rubber stamped sending jackboot riot troops to remove unarmed 20-year-olds. That this is a place where the black radical tradition, the black Marxist tradition, that Cedric Robinson, God rest his soul, and accept, everything that he gave to us. Cedric Robinson, broke that ground here on this campus. And we are farming in a field that he cleared. So if you don't know who Cedric Robinson is, you better recognize. Like, who said, was it Auntie Audra that earlier said everybody got Google. So just get on your Google and learn about Cedric Robinson. Sorry, I have to do that. Like it's a tithe that must be paid in this space. And I was looking right at Dr. Tasneem when we're going for that good Southern English. So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt the narrative.
Oh, no, not at all.
So there are black Marxists. Continue.
I mean, I was saying this to some folks earlier that I had this experience at the time. I was working at a boutique law firm that only had about 12 attorneys. And not only was I the only non-white attorney, there were 3 men named David. So there were literally more Davids than there were anybody who wasn't white. And in that environment, I kept having my good liberal colleagues come into my office so frustrated with me, and because they were saying things like, you can't like Bernie, you have to vote for Hillary Clinton because you're black. Like,
oh, yeah.
Black people don't like Bernie. And I would look at them and they would look at me, and I would wait for it to sort of register the absurdity of what they're saying to me. But David after David kept coming into my room saying, but black people don't like Bernie.
But aren't you a black?
Many a David has been confounded by this. I trust me on this. So I got so frustrated that I did what many elder millennials do in that sort of situation, which is to say, I got to start a podcast. And my best friend and I at the time, he was going to be a Hillary guy. And I said, okay, let's start a podcast and we'll debate about it. But by episode 2, nobody listened to this podcast. This was just us kind of venting our frustration. But by episode 2, he was also a Bernie guy, and it just became a venue for these 2 Bernie bros who weren't conventionally what Bernie bros were supposed to be. I'm a black woman, he's a gay Korean man, and we chopped it up, and we had some mild success for independent people who don't have any sort of platform. But what ended up happening was, I started to want to get more eyes on the podcast, and I said, well, let me start writing. It was weird that the writing actually was secondary to my desire to have this cathartic platform of the podcast. My 10-year anniversary was coming up from college. I was feeling very much like I didn't want to go back as a corporate lawyer. I was feeling very depressed and overwhelmed. And eventually what started to happen was there was a lot of traction in the things that I started to write, because there were a lot of people that shared the same frustration that I had. But a lot of the people who were writing from a progressive perspective at the time were white men who were being very easily dismissed by the mainstream media. So I started freelancing. I had some good success. I want to credit Current Affairs Magazine and Nathan Robinson for publishing my first 2 pieces that went sort of viral and opened up a lot of opportunities for me, whereas before I was getting no answers, like non-responses from the major outlets that I was writing to. And after about 10 months of that, Ryan Grimm at The Intercept reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to come on as a senior politics editor for their DC office.
Wow.
And I was like, oh gosh.
You skip right to the head of the class.
Yeah. And it was miraculous. But I say all of that just to say, at no point, we've heard a lot of people, especially on the last panel, talk about the sort of pressures that they have come under for saying what they say on the internet. And when people do ask me, well, how do you withstand those pressures? How do you feel about those pressures? It's an odd question for me, because but for my politics, I would not have entered the field. I don't have an interest in doing this, except for that I have a big mouth and I want everybody to hear my opinions, and I hope to be persuasive, because there are things that I feel very deeply about.
You literally just told the story of how I got suckered into running for vice president.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I'm going to process that offline and just go to the next question. So the Intercept gives you like this platform, you know, and so now you've made this transition from kind of this like oral extemporaneous, you know, expression to now like sharpening your pen, you know. And then 2020, press secretary for Bernie. There's so much to talk about. I'm going to let you set the course for navigating that experience for us.
Yeah. So the campaign reached out. It's not as though, again, I didn't apply.
Yeah.
And so for those who were unhappy with me, the people on the internet who attribute every bad choice that the Bernie Sanders campaign made to me, I promise that I didn't even ask for it. And also, I will say that in many respects it was a somewhat disappointing experience, because I did think it was a role where there were going to be more opportunities for me to have input into messaging and more substantially the direction of the campaign's comms team. But the National Press Secretary is not head of the comms department. That's a different position. Bernie's head of comms is now AOC's chief of staff, if that says anything to you.
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. And say her name right. AOC Pelosi.
Yeah, but this is a part of what's so interesting about my own personal trajectory, is that I joined The Intercept maybe a couple of weeks before AOC won her primary in New York, the primary that nobody thought she was going to win. And Ryan Grimm, who hired me...
This was just, shortly, like a year or so after she was campaigning for the Greens. Let's just...
100%.
Yeah.
I think less than that for Jabari Brisport.
Facts.
And I was, there in the room. It was in a big, pool hall bar in the Bronx. It was huge. In New York, everything's kind of small.
Is it
cramped.
smoke-filled also? I'm just picturing it now.
Sort of, yeah.
Okay,
It was one of those old school places where you can't smoke inside, but you can almost smell it. That was very recent.
It's still in the upholstery, yeah. It's still in the upholstery, yeah.
And it was empty. It was a huge space, like 5 times bigger than this room. And it was empty until she won. And then suddenly it's like, oh, Cynthia Nixon just bumped into me. And it was crazy and it was exciting, because it did feel at the time like there was this possibility of working within the Democratic Party, that if you got enough people like this elected, that there could be real change, that the party wouldn't change you the way that we've seen has happened over time. And over my career with The Intercept, I did a lot of covering of AOC and of all of the progressives that were swept in 2018 in the Bernie wave. And I think in part because of my proximity to that and how closely I was watching it and how frankly supportive and hopeful I was about it, that is why I feel so confident in some of my positions today, and being extremely skeptical of the possibility of reform within the Democratic Party. But we, in many ways, I felt like we were sort of coming up together, her in politics and me in journalism. And the last role that I performed at The Intercept was interviewing AOC at South by Southwest in 2019. And it was the most well-attended event that year. It was a huge crowd. It was all very lovely and very good. And I think back to that as I see how she's been behaving on the internet and the choices that she's made over the past 3 or 4 years. And I think it's a real indictment of the system.
Man, so this isn't in my notes, but let's just drill down right here, as a case study, since you came in at the same time, right? So I think that what I said in response to the hit piece that she did on Jill, in addition to calling her AOC Pelosi, I said that she was the holder of the land speed record for the fastest betrayal of the people.
Yeah.
Expand.
Yeah, so look, I know the audience in this room is probably largely on board, but I also want to include people who might be watching this later.
Yes, exactly.
And I know particularly because AOC came into the public sphere with so much goodwill, I just want to be clear that I shared in that goodwill, that I am not someone who was a hater who wanted to see her fail.
At all.
And I do think that I gave her a lot of latitude and waited until I think the evidence was incontrovertible before I started making very clear and harsh criticisms of her. And there was a time when I thought some of my peers on the left were too quick to judge her, and that maybe there was some strategic plan, there was some agenda item that I didn't know about, and that we should all just be patient. But that was incorrect. And so I want to provide a little foundation, a little evidence for why I think you're right about the word betrayal being really appropriate. One point that is important to mention is that AOC and a group of others were chosen and run by the Justice Democrats, a group that specifically wanted there to be an adversarial group of progressives in Congress to challenge the Democratic Party and to expose the failures of the Democratic Party in their mandate to actually protect working people and historically marginalized people in this country. And even those people who courted, funded, and ran AOC very quickly became disappointed in her because she failed a test very, very early on. I'm not going to belabor the point, but there was a moment where, just like Republicans withheld their votes for the Speaker of the House earlier this year, and they did all those rounds and rounds and rounds of voting, and they were able to extract concessions, and a very small number of far-right Republicans were able to have their needs met. The left could have done the exact same thing with Nancy Pelosi in the spring of 2021.
Yep.
And they not only declined to do so, they chose to attack those people in the media, which included a whole range of ideological people on the left, many of whom are now not happy with each other anymore. But I was supportive of this, Crystal Ball was supportive of this, Kyle Kulinski was supportive of this, Cornel West was supportive of this, Jimmy Dore was supportive of this, Chris Hedges was supportive of this, and on and on and on and on down the line. And they chose to make personal attacks to, I think, cover up the extent to which they were unwilling to be genuinely adversarial to the party. And at the time, AOC and others in the squad said that they were reserving their political capital for some time down the line. But what we saw over the course of the Biden administration, and in particular the first 2 years of the Biden administration...
They were just reserving their capital over time.
Right. Through their personal capital, I think, for advancement in politics, which is not what political capital is supposed to mean.
At all.
So when Biden had the House and the Senate, I think it's really important to note that suddenly he has to come up with a new Democrats, if your theory is what mine is, which is that their primary job is to obscure the extent to which that we have a one-party system and provide an outlet for public discontent and a veneer of genuine democracy in the country if they actually hold power, because we've done our jobs and we voted down ticket for Democrats and what they tell us to do, then suddenly they have to come up with more excuses. So some people call this a rotating villain theory, but there's always the perfect amount of people in Congress who are unwilling to vote along with the Democratic caucus to prevent anything from happening.
Only Manchin and Sinema would just cooperate, then surely we would actually be able to get.
Exactly.
And it's just so sad that no one can do anything to keep them in line.
Exactly. And when it was Obama and he had a supermajority, it was Joe Lieberman. It doesn't matter. There's always someone who turns up. So early 2021 in particular, I think, was a real tipping point for me to stop holding any reservations about condemning who these people are and what they're really about, because there was an opportunity with COVID to pass using budget reconciliation, which means you need a bare majority to pass, 50 votes plus the tiebreaker vote of the VP, to do anything that you wanted. Anything that you wanted. And because of COVID's devastating effect on the economy and the need to roll out vaccines and all these other sorts of things, there was bipartisan exigency to get this one package passed. I'm sorry to belabor this point, but
raise your hand if you are feeling this point. Yes, okay. So you're not belaboring anything.
I need you to know. I need you to know that I'm not mindlessly anti-squad. I'm not mindlessly anti-Democratic Party. Like, they have earned my distrust.
Yep.
Okay. As part of this big COVID package, this must-pass package that was going to keep the wheels on the economy, a $15 minimum wage was in there. Now, this is something that Biden promised to Bernie when Bernie dropped out immediately without asking for much of anything. Promised that this was a core baseline. This isn't some progressive ideal. It's in the Democratic Party platform. It's a $15 minimum wage. We're living in the longest period of American history without a minimum wage raise. It's been since 2009. It should be over $25 an hour, but still we're talking about 15. Okay. There was basically a shenanigan that happened where there's an unelected person called the parliamentarian who gives advisory opinions. And this person, I believe, was told, because they serve at the pleasure of the president, to say that $15 minimum wage isn't appropriate to be in this package. She said that. Biden signaled that she was going to say that like a month in advance. He was like, I'm pretty sure the parliamentarian's going to kill this. Lo and behold, the parliamentarian kills it, and Chuck Schumer strips it out of the bill. Why is this important? At this point, to get it back in the bill requires 60 votes, not 50 votes. So now we can blame the Republicans because we don't have 60 votes. So that's where we got this famous moment where Kirsten Sinema does the down vote and it kills the bill. But that's not what killed it.
No.
What killed it was Democrats choosing to take it out instead of doing what, say, George Bush did when he was president, which was to fire his parliamentarian so he'd get a yes on drilling in the Arctic. So Republicans always find a way to do what they want, and Democrats always find a way to not do what their voters want them to do because they're broadly popular and they have to come up with a pretext for not doing it.
Do you want to look directly in the camera? Why did you say that again?
Well, look, the point is this, that back-to-back, the force the vote moment not being an opportunity taken by progressives, followed up by this dereliction of responsibility over the Fight for 15. It was reported that Pramila Jayapal, who was head of the Progressive Caucus, was whipping votes not to fight and say anything about this $15 minimum wage. And again, we're talking about the most baseline, low-level, democratic, centrist policy at this point that these people wouldn't even fight for. And there are other examples that you could point to over the course of the next 2 years, but basically they spent the entire first half of the Biden administration using this kind of trickery to convince the public that, oh shucks, Democrats just can't do anything. Before they pivot to, but you gotta vote for us because Republicans, when they're in power, can do absolutely anything and everything. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, they're doing the exact same thing on genocide right now, and running a campaign on it. Fake hustle, right? They're moving their lips, they're moving their limbs. When I talk about this in the Muslim community, I point out that there's a verse of the Quran that says, "Is there any sound worse than the braying of jackasses?" And then I remind people, what's the symbol of the Democratic Party again? Braying jackasses. They're making noise, but they have no intention of following through on any of it. So I'm going to ask one more question about the braying jackasses, and then we'll move forward. This is perhaps a ridiculous counterfactual, but as a historian, I love counterfactuals. What would have happened if Bernie had run as a Green instead of as a Democrat?
For one, I think he absolutely should have. Let me make sure I understand your question. Do you mean if he had done sort of a dirty break and run as a Democrat and then...
You can answer that however you want to answer that.
So, look, I think you know better than most people in this room the challenges of running as a third party.
I do.
Including the media blackout, which is the hardest part. And I think the main advantage of running within the Democratic Party is getting access to the debate stage. People knowing your name, even knowing that you're an option. I can't tell you how many times I've been in the back of a car or chit-chatting with a sales girl somewhere, because I like to be chatting with girls in public. And I'll mention something about politics, or they'll ask me about my Green Party hat, and they'll be like, what is that? They don't know that anything outside of the two-party system exists as an option. Right. And the Democratic Party very much wants to keep it that way and spends millions of dollars keeping Greens off the ballot and certainly keeping them off the news. Yep. Anything but maybe the cursory negative mention every now and again, as Jill Stein experienced in the last couple of weeks.
I finally got my first hit pieces written about me, too, which is very good.
Welcome to the club.
Look, Ma, I made it. Okay.
But so I will say, I think there is an argument to running within the Democratic Party and then doing a dirty break just so that you get access to that media attention. Okay. If Bernie had done that in 2020 and then not offered his endorsement basically with no recourse to any kind of accountability, without any real commitments from Joe Biden, and had in fact made the Democratic Party uncomfortable by continuing to run and say you have to really make some kind of commitments to the people that gave $27 donations to me that they couldn't really afford, that represented half a day's work.
Yep.
Because you won't fight for a $15 minimum wage or $25 minimum wage. We could be living in a very, very different world. I think that what we're seeing right now with the Muslim and Arab community, with the uncommitted movement, or the abandoned Biden movement abandoned Harris movement. Abandoned Biden really rolled off the tongue nicely, but never mind. The abandoned Harris movement really demonstrates how powerful groups can be when they withhold their vote.
Of course.
And maybe we'll get into this later, and very soon we'll find out what this election holds for us and what the fallout is of that. But I do think it's really important to note that there are a lot of different communities that have been betrayed by the Democratic Party since time immemorial, who have never organized an advance like this so that it is really, really clear to the public that if the Democratic Party chooses not to fulfill the asks, which are frankly overwhelmingly popular and would have made Harris more electable.
70-30 and 80-20 questions is what they're refusing.
Yes.
Yeah.
What ends up happening, yes, the Democratic Party is going to blame the holdout voters. They do that anyway. But what's important is that today, I think many, many more voters are aware of how willing the Democratic Party is to throw it all away and to risk it all. How empty their claims of being committed to defeating fascism really are, that they would choose to litigate a genocide rather than defeat Donald Trump.
I'm realizing that there's no way that this dialogue is going to go on long enough, but I'm going to keep moving it forward. So that then leads us on to, Bernie then distancing himself from you when you refuse to endorse Biden in 2020. Talk about, I think we probably don't need, let me take that back. We could all benefit from hearing you talk about why you wouldn't endorse, but I think we can all, you can say as much or as little about that as you want. What I'm personally curious about is your read then on Bernie's response. Yeah.
Yeah, Butch, remember, it's like April 15th or something, 1 month into COVID, the campaign's over. We're all, not all of us, obviously, many, many, many people had to continue working through it, but I was working on a dead campaign, lying up in my studio apartment, unwashed and unemployed. And I see Bernie's endorsing Joe Biden. It didn't make any sense. It had been like 4 or 5 days. I was probably still wearing the same T-shirt I was wearing when Bernie had dropped out of the race. And I honestly didn't.
Briahna needed a care package during COVID. But yeah.
I honestly, also I think it was a little naive. It didn't occur to me that it would be that big a deal and make that much news. But I said, of course, with all due respect to Bernie Sanders, I do not endorse Joe Biden.
For what?
We were also, I don't remember exactly the timing of it now, but it might have been before or shortly thereafter. I think it was after. We'd already had George Floyd's murder and a protest movement emerging that held a lot of revolutionary potential. And Joe Biden was someone that had been consistently running on, we've got to fund the police harder. It just did not make any sense. And to have gotten nothing in the way of concessions, it made absolutely no sense. So I very politely, frankly, tweeted, with all due respect for Bernie Sanders, who's great in all of these ways, I do not endorse Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't stand for any of the things that we said that we were fighting for in the context of this campaign. Mm-hmm. I didn't take it lightly when Bernie Sanders said for 8 years that 68,000 people died every year from a lack of health insurance. I didn't think that was something that was just a rhetorical device. I thought those were lives that were tangible and cognizable and that we were supposed to think deeply about. We were in the middle of a pandemic in which 15 million people lost their jobs, and because of the kind of country we run, that also means losing your health insurance. And it made absolutely no sense not to be using this opportunity to let the American people know that there were cracks that are being exposed in our system that Bernie and kind of a progressive movement was already providing for, and that Joe Biden needed to meet the moment. I was very disappointed. And Bernie's response when asked about it by the media was something like, she's not on the payroll. Now, it's really funny because that got weaponized by a lot of people, like, Bernie fired you. No, the campaign was over.
The payroll,
we were told the payroll April 14th. None of us were on the payroll. The payroll was over.
There ain't no payroll.
We were unemployed. But I did think it spoke volumes because, I mean, he's a Virgo. He's not going to be the most sensitive of guys. But, you could have been a little bit more delicate about it, And you've seen him extend himself for other constituencies and other people in other groups in a way that he didn't for, it's not about me, but I did feel like my sentiment, and maybe this is an overreach, and I don't mean to speak for anybody, but I felt like the sentiment that I was expressing was the same as the sentiment that was carried by so many people who had genuinely given up for that campaign. Not just people like me who were paid to work for the campaign.
But given until it hurt.
But people who volunteered.
Because they believed in something.
And people for whom $27 meant a lot of money.
And just to speak from my standpoint, like so many in the Muslim community, were riding hard for Bernie.
Yes.
Riding hard for Bernie at that point in time. Okay, so I wasn't planning to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it. And just so that I can give you the mental architecture to light the road, the last remaining questions are about rising and the eye roll.
The eye roll heard around
the eye roll heard around the world. That's kind of the big one, and then I wanted to bring us to our current moment. So we've got the eye roll, Tavis Smiley, and Black girl genocide. Those are our 3 remaining points. So before we get there, I'm going to ask one more question. Why does Bernie do it? Is it controlled opposition? Like, why does he walk up to the threshold of acting like he's about something?
I honestly don't know. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. There is this idea that he's controlled opposition. He's not. He never meant it. It was all a lark. Maybe. Sometimes I think they've got something on everyone, or they've got somebody's niece in a cage somewhere. I mean, like, I don't know. Like I think that the best possible version of it, the most flattering version of it, is that they're threatening him in a way that it would take a very strong person to not capitulate to, because people's lives are on the line. I mean, the government, it was the last panel we were talking about the way the last big protest movement of the last century ended, which was in a massive assassinations, including presidential assassinations.
And by the way, just throwing it out there, they will not give us Secret Service to this day. Right?
I'm not surprised by that.
And it's like, what could happen to that anti-Zionist Jewish white woman and that loud Black Muslim guy?
Yeah.
Listen, we ain't want no Secret Service. They did not exactly cover themselves in glory on January 6th, now did they? Throwing their cell phones in tanks of water and such. They did not cover themselves in glory when the Orange Antichrist supposedly got shot, neither.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Sorry. That's a little personal for me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know why. I think AOC, it's another question as to why she's making these choices. I think with her, it seems a little bit more transparently.
Like $18 million in fundraising over the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, and it's funny. You know what's funny? It's long forgotten. Before I left The Intercept, Ryan Grimm was trying to get AOC and I to have a podcast.
Aww.
It's always a podcast.
Aww.
And we recorded 1 or 2 episodes, the 3 of us.
Where is the tape?
It's on the internet.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
It's on the internet. And in one of the episodes, we had I think he was a former congressman. I don't think he was in office anymore. I want to say from South Carolina or North Carolina. I forget. Sorry, it was a long time ago. But the point was, the setup was kind of, he was explaining to AOC the corrupting influences of Washington and how to avoid them, and how most of your job as a congressperson is to be on these fundraising calls and just sit in a room and raise money, and your power in the party is contingent on how much money you raise.
Yep.
And so it's very interesting for me to reflect back on that, hearing her get that lesson about what not to do and how corrupting that influence is, and then to see her transformation in 3, 4, or 5 short years.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Okay. So what did I say the last 3 questions was going to be?
The eye roll, Black girl genocide.
Yes, the eye roll, Tavis Smiley, and Black girl genocide. So talk to us about the eye roll. And So for context, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So what is it, 2022 to June 4th, 2024?
Something like that. Who's
yeah.
counting?
Who's counting? I mean, I tried to do my research. Briahna's tearing it up at Rising, and then
which is a morning show.
Morning show, yeah.
At the Hill, which is a corporate media outlet. And I learned a long time ago that I was blacklisted from most media outlets. A friend of mine from the campaign once had a booker text him, because they were friends, saying, I just got fired because I suggested Briahna to Joy-Ann Reid as a guest. And she said, oh, I'm not going to work with you as a booker anymore. So,
dang, you like Candyman. People say your name and bad stuff happens.
I hope not, Butch.
No, I mean, but that's the story you just told. I mean, so okay.
It explains my dating life. No. No, I'm kidding. I kid. Can I sorry, I'm thinking in French. Je voulais préciser la question. I wanted to more closely focus in on the nature of the question. Okay.
Because if I understood correctly, the eye roll comes when the debunked grape thesis. Sorry, I'm saying grape.
Oh, I see. For
yeah.
the social media, for the censorship.
No, sorry. Explain the eye roll, right?
Yeah. So should I also say grape?
No, you don't have to. I was just,
Okay.
I don't know why I did that. It's an internet habit.
So-
I don't use the word on the internet.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Go ahead.
So the format of the show is a right-left show. You're probably familiar. It had been getting very, very heated since October 7th, in part because of the nature of the format, in part because this is conjecture, but my feeling is that my co-host, his heart really wasn't in defending the Zionist position, but there was a lot of pressure from the show to offer a counterbalance to me. And they could not, the numbers were good for those segments, so they couldn't justify not doing more. But basically, since October 7th, it was a daily fight for me to have us do any segments that were related to Gaza and Israel. And you know how the news cycle has been. On a given day, we could do an entire show with there's the domestic angle, there's what's happening in protests that are happening in Israel, there's what's actually happening on the ground in Gaza. Fetterman said something stupid. Bill Maher said something stupid. I mean, you could fill a whole very good show.
You could fill a whole network.
With these kinds of stories, but I was told one Gaza segment a day. So I started doing radars again, which I had stopped to try to do another segment. They started trying to censor my radars. It was a whole back and forth and a whole thing. Part of this, the Hill's effort to control the narrative, which the audience was very much pushing in favor of a pro-Palestinian position.
Yep.
After being, I will say, more of a right-leaning audience. Mm-hmm. I think it really confounded management, what was going on. They tried to get more Zionist guests, and many of the guests were not, I would be happy to have like a, Zionist historian, Benny Morris type, people who at least had some historical grounding. We can have a difference of opinion, but they have some fact-based place they're coming from that we can have a conversation. Instead, they kept getting these propagandists like Hen Medzig to come on the show. They would just attack me personally. The show didn't protect me at all. They would use the clips to go and then subject me to a week of social media torture, where I'd have to block hundreds or thousands of people in order to get a moment's peace. So there was a lot of pressure to have more Zionist guests, and I knew that my ability to do what I wanted on the segments required me to have a little bit of compromise, mm-hmm. and to not say no when these people came down the pike, because there were very few really that they could even plausibly offer up. So at one point, a sister of a hostage, an Israeli hostage, emailed the show, which is not how these things usually work, promoting herself or offering herself up as a guest for the show. She said specifically in her message, which I made sure to keep, that she wanted to talk to me, not I want to come on the show and talk about my sister and how I love her and I miss her, but I want to talk to Briahna and argue and basically debate me because I'm spreading misinformation or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. And so I knew what this was, and I knew it was a sort of a setup, but I felt like it was a delicate balance of me allowing things like this to happen so that I could make the case for why I wasn't biased and why I was allowed to keep doing what I was doing on my side of things. And so we go through this interview, some of which she's talking about her sister, which is a human interest story, and I think that's fine. But then she would say things that were political or make a personal attack at me. And so she would say, I think it's really sad, Briahna, that you don't care about the hostages. And so I would say, okay, well, how do you feel about the fact that at this moment there's massive protests in Israel because Israelis don't feel like Benjamin Netanyahu is prioritizing hostage release? Are you concerned at all that he's foiling the negotiations that could have brought her home? Oh, well, I'm not political. I don't want to talk about politics. Okay, well, tell me about your sister. What was she like? What is she like? What have you heard? What's her favorite? Whatever. It's a human interest. That's fine. Like, she's a human being, and that's fine.
Yep.
Then it becomes political again. So at the very end, she starts going, Briahna, you're a rape denialist, da-da-da-da, after she had already proffered specific instances that had been discredited in the mass rape hoax story. She specifically cited Zaka and
Annette Schwartz, I would imagine, most likely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So after pushing back against that, she brought that stuff up again, made it a personal attack, and at the end of the segment, I did roll my eyes. I want to be clear that my frustration was as much at my producer for setting this up in very predictable ways, and at my co-host for not taking any control and responsibility in the conversation at all, and allowing this thing to devolve into a very, very predictable place. And when I got off the set, that was the last thing recorded in that day, I came off furious and told my producer, your job is to protect us on this show. Your job is not to have us set up. You have cut segments. This new producer, I want to be really clear also, for most of the time at Rising, we had an amazing producer who was a lovely woman who was my favorite. The show pushed her out with intolerable working conditions, along with most everybody who worked there within the 6 months of me being fired. This new woman was the worst. And I think she was wittingly or unwittingly part of a sort of a setup. Yeah. And that for me, in a lot of ways, was the final straw. I said, I came to this with goodwill, and you did not protect my interests at all. And my frustration, the eye roll, actually wasn't even really about the sister, the guest. It was more so about how much the show had devolved over the course of the last 6 months under this producer's leadership.
Then if it's as much about the producer, then I'll add an extra eye roll of my own at the weaponization of false allegations of rape that always precede mass lynchings.
Yeah. Yes.
Do I need to connect the dots? Okay. Yeah. So then that means we can move to the last two, which is about our current moment and apparently the abject terror that has gripped Team Blue of little old Jill, and why Tavis Smiley, black radio icon, and I mean legend. Like I couldn't be there because I was at a fundraiser in New Jersey. Went into a side room in a mosque with the headpiece in just to get on the last 4 minutes of Tavis Smiley's show. Because, where's Lavish at? We came up listening to Tavis on KMOJ back in the day. So, most respected, you know. And Tavis pointed out that before the interview where we appeared, he was contacted by operatives from the Democratic Party that gave him questions that they wanted him to pose. And you asked.
And Oppo research.
And Oppo research. So, yeah, I shouldn't be talking talk.
Oh, I mean, you should be talking because you were in it.
You interviewed Tavis, on this as well.
Yeah, he came on the show. It was this past Thursday's episode. It's all up on YouTube
Bad
for free.
Faith Podcast, don't miss it.
And, he clarified and affirmed that it was someone from the Democratic Party, because I was thinking that it was maybe someone who was, sort of Democratic Party adjacent, someone, who wasn't really an employee. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But he said, no, it was someone in the Democratic Party who was fairly senior within the Democratic Party, and that someone who would be known. And I think another important point in that interview is...
Ooh, can I guess?
I mean, I don't know who it is. I can't answer, but
Is it Kunta Keith?
that has been very disappointing to watch, Keith Ellison. I will say, I mean, look, I know a lot of people, and a lot of people in my kind of side of the left media space are, you know, I think rightly, very righteously angry and, you know, call people names and are tearing folks like this down, rightly so. I'm not challenging that in the least. But I do want to say for people who are put off by that approach, I want to affirm to you, like I did with ASD, like, I really liked Keith Ellison.
I did too.
Like, I was like, just like 2 years ago, we were traveling around Ohio together, stumping for Nina Turner. You were giving me a ride to the airport. We were breaking bread together. Like, we were gossiping about how hard it is to be a progressive within the Democratic Party. Like, when you know someone gets it and they still offer up that betrayal, it's doubly disappointing.
If I may.
Please.
Gave a Friday sermon, I did, at Masjid al-Noor on the north side of Minneapolis. The mosque of Imam Makram Al-Amin, a good personal friend of mine, and a place that Keith and I have both prayed for decades. And Keith came to me after my sermon with a literal tear in the corner of his eye, telling me how moved he was by my sermon on divine love, a version of which I just gave at the Santa Barbara Mosque. Was that yesterday? Jeez. A lot in these last 2 days. And so he told me how moved he was and you know, embraced me. And I embraced him.
Yeah.
Because I've had a lot of love for Keith. I've had questions for Keith recently,
Sure.
but I had a lot of love for Keith. And so I said, do you want to get a picture? And he said, yeah. And I said, is this picture going to get you in trouble? And he said, no. He said, we're just going to relate to one another, Muslim to Muslim, black man to black man. And I said, that's bad. Lay it down. And get a picture with him. Less than a week later, he gets the command to put the hit out on Dr. Jill. So he has to say things that he knows are false because the Democratic Party is a plantation. Master say jump, Keith say how high. What's the matter? We sick, boss? We sick.
And why do you think, what's your read on why he's behaving that way? Because he's an interesting example too, because didn't he get railroaded out of being DNC chair?
You could pose.
He's been hurt by the Democratic Party like everybody else.
To me the same question that I posed to you about Bernie. You know Bernie better than I know Keith. Okay. Tavis. Let's finish that story before we get sidetracked and before we run out of time. Because Saul Williams is in the building. Everybody look that way. And I want to make sure that there's time for Salat for those that need to pray. So whatever you would want to say about the kind of fear that would be responsible for this, and anything else you want to add on that before we go out on Black Girl Genocide.
Yeah, I'll make a broader point about fear and about all the guessing that we're doing about why people are acting the way that they do, the guessing that people did when Kamala became the nominee as to whether or not she would change the party's position on Gaza, all the hopefulness that so many people on the left had about, oh, well, she's softer on Palestine, maybe she'll be better, she's changing her rhetoric. I think we should learn from this moment that all of that is useless and dumb. It doesn't matter if you're a good person and you love your granddaughter and you eat an ice cream cone like Joe Biden. It doesn't matter if you use better language, woker language like Kamala Harris.
I think Baskin Robbins is making it like a baby blood, flavor now. Apparently, yeah.
Like none of it matters. It doesn't matter if Bernie, had a 40-year legacy. None of it matters. At the end of the day, what's dictating people's behavior is so often the interests that have bought them. Those are the interests that they represent. I can't imagine ever thinking twice about committing to a political candidate that takes corporate money. The first question that I have for any politician anywhere is who is funding them. And when you look at Kamala Harris and you're asking yourself, why does she keep saying we're going to have the world's most lethal military. Who is
You
that
sound
for?
like a serial killer. Like, who brags about how lethal they are? Disciplined, maybe.
Not the strongest, not most able to protect us, or whatever kind of jingoistic
nonsense
that we're used to, but the most lethal, like I want to see pools of blood on the ground. I'm like, who could that be for? And it's a reassurance to the defense industry, the weapons contractors that are funding her campaign more than they're funding Donald Trump's campaign. Open secrets.
Yep.
It's on the internet. It's
on.
public knowledge.
Don't forget Raytheon's of the block, people. Direct action works. Just saying.
And we knew we were cooked. We knew we were cooked. I remember this when Biden became the nominee, and he picked his cabinet, and his Secretary of Defense was fresh off the Raytheon board. The Secretary of Defense, who's making these military decisions, is fresh off the board of the company that literally makes the weaponry behind the Iron Dome. Does that incentive structure strike you as perverse?
Legalize corruption.
And recall also that when people called this out, folks said, you can't criticize him, he's a black man. You're a racist for pointing out that the Secretary of Defense, this was what was happening back in 2021.
And thank you for this elegant segue into our past.
to black girl and black boy. Hey, black boys can do genocide too.
Black boy genocide joy.
Yeah.
You can be anything you want to be when you grow up, kids, even a mass murderer.
Yeah.
I know I can. If I work hard at it. Yeah, I don't even want to end that bar. Okay, so then that brings us to the closing of the discussion, and I won't put this in the form of a question. I'll put this in the form of a statement, and I'll ask you to react. For me, I guess, and I probably said a version of this on Breakfast Club. For me, there could be few things more perverse than the weaponization of blackness in order to cover for white supremacist genocide. That Malcolm called, explicitly equated Zionism with white supremacy. He said that this is a white Jewish population being empowered by white imperialist nations to move brown Arabs off of their ancestral lands. The same reading from Kwame Ture, same reading from Huey P. Newton, same reading from Angela Davis before she threw away her legacy.
I wrote to her, Angela Davis, come on bad faith. We can have a very respectful conversation about it.
Yeah, I mean, you live long enough and you regret some of your heroes. I'll never forget hearing Angela Davis speak at the University of Minnesota in, I think, 1996. Changed my life. And it was heartbreaking. Yeah. And for a simple reason, is that blackness is not a race. Blackness existed before the European concept of race, this eugenic fake science, even existed. Like, blackness was an oppositional ideology that came into existence to defy white supremacy. Hundreds of different African ethnic groups speaking different languages, forging a common shared culture in opposition to this system that crushes souls. So the idea that then that blackness would be weaponized in favor of white supremacy and then gendered feminine on top of it, that black womanhood, the foundation of humanity itself, going back to a Quranic Eve or a mitochondrial Eve, in either scenario, a black woman is at the foundation of our humanity. So this oppositional maroon ideology that is blackness now being weaponized. Ooh, this is a whole bar, and I didn't even see it in the title of the panel. But this maroon identity now being weaponized in favor of a Raytheon-sponsored corporate genocide. Discuss.
I mean, it's good this is the last question, because in some ways, this is exactly the kind of thing that started my own career. I started writing principally about identity politics being weaponized in service of the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton. In my first viral article for Current Affairs, the picture was of Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. Kamala Harris had just won her Senate race, and people were immediately talking about her as the next Barack Obama. And the writing was on the wall. Liberals were salivating at the opportunity of using her to launder who they are. And it is gross and demoralizing for all of the reasons you describe. And I'm very grateful, frankly, that we've come a long way since 2016. I will say that. I think that the kind of anti-woke canard has been a problem in a lot of different respects. But the aspect of it where people are more savvy about not that identity is a problem, but the way that it is weaponized to superficial ends has made it a lot easier to have these conversations today than it was 5 or 6 years ago. The awareness that people have of looking to material factors to prioritizing the material interests of the various groups that we're talking about, as opposed to just acting as though a millionaire like Kamala Harris ascending
A millionaire cop
is somehow beneficial to us. Like I saw a tweet recently that was like, Jay-Z thinks that being a billionaire on the TV is like revolutionary for the rest of us. Like that does something for me. And, like that brand of politics, I think, is less and less and less effective over time. But we do have a ways to go, and we see what they're doing with Kamala Harris now, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. I will say on a positive note that I am really heartened and have been really heartened to see how much overrepresentation there has been of Black people in the pro-Palestine movement.
Yep.
I have been disappointed to see how many of those Black students and professors and others have been targeted in the context of this movement, and media figures as well.
But not surprised.
But not surprised at all. So for every op post that's like, what did Palestine ever do for me? I know that there are hundreds and thousands of real people who very instinctively understand in the United States of America that our struggle is so similar and so resonant with what we're seeing in Palestine. I talk to my mom about this all the time. Like, what is it? I feel a kind of very personal anger that is different than other causes that I care very much about as well. And I do think it is something unique to the experience of being a minority in your own country, like being oppressed in your own country without recourse to your own media system, to your own political system. You are relying on the largesse of a white majority no matter what happens to you. And when I see the Hasbara that Palestinians have to put up with, it feels very familiar. So I do think that, I forget who was talking about this before, but I mean in the last panel, all the backlash that people are getting, Bernie, for what it's worth, used to always say, we welcome their hatred, that all of that pushback is a sign that what we're doing is effective. And I do think that it's working. And I do think that Israel has made a huge mistake and has unwound decades and decades of propaganda that most people were swallowing with relative ease. And that, the genie can't be put back in the bottle. And I'm very grateful for that. But the cost is too high. But I am just really grateful for the solidarity that I've seen and that I've been able to be a part of that includes this weekend and this conference. And thank you. Thank you for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Briahna Joy Gray. We are going to take a break. For those that are going to pray, we did that previously in this room, so I think we're going to stick with form. So if people want to socialize outside, just so that people are able to have a quiet moment of contemplation, we'll just set up prayer in the front part of this room, and on the other side of that, we'll hear from a personal hero of mine, the great Saul Williams. That was so good.
Oh,
opinion. I'll take that. Oh, listen, I tell the Muslims all the time, if they had come to my house when I was 8 years old, I'd have memorized Quran instead of every rap song that came out between 1981 and 1992. All of them, every last one. Okay, excellent. Quiet on the set. I've always wanted to say that. So I'm going to be painfully, exceedingly brief in my introductory comments. I am not going to read the discography of Saul Williams either as a poet or as an artist. I'm not going to run down his film credits or television credits, nor his publications, poetry, award-winning works in all of those genres. We ain't got time to go through this good brother's CV. So I'm going to give an introduction that is short and personal. I think it must have been 1998, and correct me if I got the year wrong, but I'm going off of the dome with this. It must have been 1998 that I saw Slam, starring Saul Williams. Anybody see that? And my response from the interior of my being was, we have our Gil Scott-Heron. I grew up listening to Gil Scott-Heron on my mama's record player, and hearing truth spoken to power with rhythm and with poetry and with soul, so much that like it bled from the wax. And that's what Saul Williams' poetry did to me and for me. And it was also like a recognition that there was like a kindred spirit out there that read the world the way that I read the world. And that, like wanted to fight and tear everything down, except was so filled with love to temper, like this righteous rage. So much that when people didn't understand why he started playing that hard metal, I understood it. And I went to go see him live in Chicago. It must have been probably 2008, most likely. I never remember the exact wording of the title, but it's something like the something adventures of Niggy Tard. The inevitable rise and liberation of Niggy Tardust. The coldest album title that you ever heard. That you ever heard. And so, I'm still recovering from the ear damage. No, the music was fantastic, but the levels that night in that little club in Chicago were, like they were peaked. For you sound engineers out there. My partner in Slum Prophecy, who does most of our sound engineering, I do most of the production. He does basically all of the sound engineering. He got a good laugh out of that one. The levels were peaked. Everything was in the red zone. So those are two moments, 1998, 2008. The last thing I'll say by way of introduction is in this moment where the two faces of fascism, the imperial face that faces abroad and the Janus face that faces repression in this society, when they have been revealed for what they are, when the two faces of fascism, one red, one blue, have been revealed for what they are, Saul was there in the virtual space, like making sense of it with the same moral clarity and linguistic precision and artistry that I had seen since he burst onto my scene in '98. And the last thing that I'll say about this is that,
y'all might have noticed that I'm an argumentative person. Especially those that know me personally know that I never saw an argument that I didn't want to get into and win. And that means that I do listen to people, but like I'm stubborn and I take counsel like often grudgingly. I reached out to Saul Williams as like a, an elder brother. I think we're only like 2-3 years apart. I'm 73, was born. I'm sorry, I'm born in 1973. I'm not 73 years old. I mean, light skin black don't crack, but I mean, we're not going for vampire status with it either. So I feel like we're same generation, similar generation, and I just I reached out to him unsolicited, and have been able to like reach out to him just periodically for guidance, for moral support, for like asking, man, like, am I thinking about this right? Like, what should I be thinking about right now? And despite the fact that today was the first day that we met face to face, he's responded to every last one of those calls like a brother. And the last thing that I'll say about this, and I'm sorry for people to whom this is going to be an arcane reference, but in my faith of Islam that I took at the age of 15 years old, there's this concept of a day before time. It's mentioned in the Quran, 7th chapter, Surah Al-Araf, where God talks about the day of Alastu bi Rabbikum, the day where he draws out all of the souls that will ever come into being and asks them a question, am I not your Lord? And all of the souls respond affirmatively. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, used to say about this day, he said that the spirits are like legionnaires in an army. They'll come to know one another in their ranks on the earth by their positioning on that day. And I can say without any hyperbole that I feel like I've been standing shoulder to shoulder with you in this struggle since a day before time. And I eagerly await what the almighty uncreated essence has in front of us, not just with this audience tonight, but in the struggles and the inevitable victory that are to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Saul Williams.
Thank you, Butch. Dr. Ware. Before I read this, Butch was like, do you want to do a keynote? I was like, a keynote? Okay. I just want to say that it's a pleasure to be here. Of course, I see a lot of faces. It's like seeing half of my algorithm in real life. So I look out to you guys, I'm like, oh, it's the guy. So it's a little weird. I feel like, okay. But it's also very awesome to share space with each and every one of you, and to take this moment clearly because in this moment and for the past year, clearly there's been a lot of spaces that we have avoided being in, and so I'm thankful to have encountered you first, online, and to communicate and to say, yes, of course, I want to be here, with you for this event. And so it's just a pleasure to see your faces and to be reminded of the fact that we are part of a community, right? So I feel like instead of Not in My Name, which I wrote in 2003 in response to the US's war on terror, that I should have written over my dead body. Over my dead body will you occupy countries, bomb civilians, kill more children, letting history take its course over the graves of the nameless. Over my dead body will you erode the very freedoms you have claimed to fight for. Over my dead body will you supply weapons and funding for the annihilation of families on foreign soil. It is not simply an idea that one should be willing to die for their beliefs or principles, but rather that there are hundreds of thousands, in fact millions, tens of millions that have died at the behest of racialized capitalism and its imperial machine, which we feed with our labor. And if we are to bring the machine to an end, to halt its progress, we must indeed be willing to face what Thomas Sankara faced in Burkina Faso, what Marielle Franco faced in Brazil, what Patrice Lumumba faced in the Congo, what Chairman Fred Hampton faced in Chicago, what Berta Cáceres faced in Honduras, what Steve Biko faced in South Africa, what Leonard Peltier has faced for 48 years in U.S. penitentiary, what Assata Shakur has faced for 45 years in hiding, and what Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso is facing right now. The fact is that the ruling class of the imperial machine is willing to kill, and we must find at least the organizing strength to halt our labor to kill the machine. Perhaps you do not know that the industrial era followed the colonial era and that all modern machines were built on the workings of the plantation, which is why if you pull apart a machine to this day, a camera, a car, a vacuum cleaner, an engineer will describe the engine in terms of master and slave. Even in computer programming, the word robot in its Slavic origins means forced labor or slave. It's a way of looking at why we were robbed of our religions, our culture, our God, our language, our familiar relations. We tend to think, and for good reason, that they saw and treated us as animals, when one could say we were the technology forging the new world. It was beat out of us in an attempt to make us robots. We have worked under the command of a system with no return not fought for, with petitioners and martyrs who said, I may not make it to the mountaintop. And here we are. We have petitioned and cried to our government for well over a year now with no amends. What is left but to collectively halt our labor, not to actually put our bodies on the line, but to take our bodies off and out of the lines and means of production. The media has coined a lot of terms over the past year. One of those terms is anti-genocide protesters. But aside from the rabid Zionists and the corporate heads of weapons manufacturers, etc., who profit from human extermination, who would not characterize themselves as anti-genocide? I imagine that those who even work in weapons manufacturing companies, not the owners, but the workers themselves, would characterize themselves as anti-genocide. My point is, if they can fire weapons for almost 400 consecutive days, and some of us allow ourselves to think, it's out of my hands, there's nothing I can do, what would 5 days, 5 consecutive business days of taking what is in our hands, our labor, off the market, collectively, regardless of who you're voting for and regardless of who wins the election, could we bring the world and the brutal acts of our governing bodies dictated by a corporatocracy to a halt? What would it take for just a moment of world-changing solidarity? I know you can't afford to lose a week's pay, but we could certainly pool our resources and feed each other. I know you can't afford to lose your job, but if we could convince everyone in the imperial core to challenge, to confront the role of empire, to stand in global solidarity, to halt the means of production, to take a collective vacation, if you will, to make a point, well, then it might reverberate loud enough when we say, not in my name. But if it's just individuals finding the strength and clarity to stand up here and there, if it's just a few individuals who are anti-genocide, I mean, what is it the resistance says? When they stand up to tanks and 2,000-pound bombs and heavily fortified armies that spin munitions like singles at strip clubs, is the resistance every act not a form of saying, over my dead body? This is not to put overemphasis on the role of death and martyrdom. It is to openly question what is the best response to an imperial machine that is willing to kill, that will record the sounds of babies crying and play them from armed drones so that anyone who feels empathy, who thinks they can help an ailing child, will be shot when they exit whatever safe space they have found. The ruling class weaponizes our weakness. I'm simply pointing out theirs. They depend on our labor. Now, some may say, so, well, you're a poet. What kind of labor can you withhold? That's fair. Usually when I sit down to write, I reflect on a phrase that Maya Angelou said when discussing a writing collective she was a part of in Harlem in the mid-'70s. What she said was the point of critique for the writers in the group was anything an artist writes should be written with the urgency of what they would write if someone were holding a gun in their mouth. It's a wonderful point of interrogation for any poem. Could these be my last words? Yet the thing is, the ruling class behind the ruling parties are essentially holding a gun to our heads right now. Now, I know that is not necessarily the case for everyone. For many, Palestine is way over there. Sudan, Congo, like Rwanda, is way over there. Haiti is way over there. Puerto Rico, Hawaii are way over there. I should not have to point out that the occupied land we now stand on is not some proverbial talking point, nor is it way over there. And when our relatives say, land back, they are responding to the centuries-old and ongoing crisis. They are speaking directly to the climate crisis and what happens when those who hold no reverence for the land control the rights to exploit and destroy it. They are speaking directly to land theft and wage theft. They are speaking directly to the health and health care of our people, all people, and the environment. They are speaking of the racialized capitalism that has served as the foundation of the system we find ourselves in to this day. When the Lenni Lenape were confronted by representatives of the Dutch East India Trade Company, the first multinational corporation, for supposed purchase of Mannahatta, now known as Manhattan, the idea of land ownership was not shared. In fact, it is said the Lenni Lenape took the gift of currency as a way of saying, thank you for sharing this land with us, for teaching us how to navigate the climate, for sharing your food, your hospitality, as a response to the many gifts the Lenni Lenape had given to the Dutch settlers. But the Dutch were angry after they were, in their minds, had paid a price for the land. They were angry that the Lenape did not take the sum and simply disappeared. That they somehow saw the land and rivers as something that they would share. So the settlers began to repeatedly attack the natives when they would come too close to their settlement, and in fact decided to build a wall, a 12-foot wall around their settlement to keep the Lenni Lenape out. Now within these walls, which they decided to charge other traveling Europeans, fur traders, etc., to enter, they established a market. At this market, you could buy furs, horses, you could rent slaves. Yes, rent. You realize not everyone was in a position to buy one, or two or three. But if you were building a house or tilling land, you could rent enslaved Africans for a week or a weekend. You know, some of y'all might be flashing on the guys that you've seen standing in the parking lot of Home Depot. Like, what are they doing there? Well, this market where you could buy, trade, or barter goods that the Dutch East India Trade Company built within the walls of their settlement on the island of Manhattan still exists to this day, in the same exact spot, same exact location. It is called the New York Exchange or the New York Stock Exchange. And you may not think you are buying or renting slaves when stocks rise and fall, but the global majority, whose coffee, whose rubber, whose sugar, whose chocolate, whose uranium, whose oil, whose fossils in precious mineral form, whose labor these stocks depend on, would say different. The wall that was built around the settlement no longer exists. The only thing left is the marker that tells you where the northernmost part of that wall was. Wall Street. The wall that was built to keep the Lenni Lenape out. The root chakra of racialized capitalism and settler colonialism exists to this day. Like the wall that is being built to keep out the indigenous subjects of U.S. imperialism, dispossession, and destabilization in the south of this country. So, when I ask what would happen if we somehow found the collective solidarity beyond partisan politics and the simple fact that many, if not most, would agree that genocide, particularly as government policy, is not for the people, I ask it with the Lenni Lenape and the many indigenous peoples of this land in mind. In his renowned essay on civil disobedience, the poet and essayist Henry David Thoreau stated, "Most of all, I must see to it that I do not lend myself to the evils which I condemn." As a student at Morehouse in the early 90s, much of my political awakening can be attributed to time spent on Spelman College campus. It was there where 100% of the classes for my theater major were held. Under the tutelage of the late wizard-like theater director Glenda Dickerson, our playwriting teacher was a woman named Pearl Clegg. Pearl Clegg had recently released her book of essays and performance pieces called Mad at Miles, A Black Woman's Guide to Truth, in which she provides a handbook for women in abusive relationships with men. At the tender age of 19, what first stood out to me was how she explained that she could not listen to the muted tones of Miles Davis's trumpet without hearing the muted screams of the women he was notorious for beating and abusing. It was a lesson in a line being drawn between a man and his music. I remember her list of signs that a man might become abusive, like punching a wall during an argument, and her instructions to women on how to read body language and know when and how to get out of the room. Perhaps the most memorable day in her class was just after the release of Dr. Dre's The Chronic. While walking across Spelman's campus, Miss Clegg had been shocked to hear a song blasting from a young woman's Jeep with the lyrics, "Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks." You know the rest. Her lecture that day, clearly improvised and mostly directed to the young women in the class, was not only lambasting the abuse of Dr. Dre, the abuse that Dr. Dre had heaped upon beloved journalist D. Barnes and bragged about, but also of what it might mean to develop an abusive relationship with music. I and many of my classmates were transfixed by the conversation that day. At the time, I was a dancer for a local rap group and spent countless hours on the dance floor in clubs, concerts, and parties. I'd enter a party and make my way to wherever the circle of hardcore dancers that drew onlookers had formed. I lived in those circles. Yet the conversation with Pearl Clegg had suddenly made me a critical listener of what I was dancing to. And I began not dancing to songs I judged as blatantly misogynistic, as a form of protest against the pull of my body. I found this to be nearly as difficult as dancing off beat, primarily because some of those songs, like Bitches Ain't Shit, had appealed to me as the most intoxicating beats I'd ever heard. Until then, I had no raging critique of popular culture, yet there on the dance floor, or rather a little off to the side, resisting bullshit and music, is where I began writing my first poems. Critical listening does not necessarily reflect prudishness. It simply opens the gates of considering whether a particular song or moment is worth it. You develop and nurture a radar and are perhaps less shocked, as abusers often tell you who they are, like when someone pointed out on Twitter recently discussing the "we should have known" factor in revelations about R. Kelly self-referencing as the Pied Piper, or Diddy naming his label Bad Boy, or D. Barnes, who jumped in and quickly pointed out Beats by Dre. The fact is, abuse and toxicity are clearly evident for those willing to acknowledge it long before court records become available to the public. I connect that lesson to this moment, for one, because the feeling of seeing the mass of your people move one way while your conscience forbids you from moving the same direction can be isolating and marks one deeply. It has nothing to do with being contrarian or a hater, and more to do with being tiresomely sober. The sudden embrace of joy and black joy at the thought of having a black woman as the head of the American empire, while that empire, her party, and her current administration acts to literally annihilate Palestinian people while gaslighting about ceasefire after having blocked 4 proposed by the UN, meanwhile trumpeting a "Save Our Democracy" slogan. From the very real and malicious incompetence of Trump and the coordinated greed of the right-wing think tank that marches behind him is both valid and cynical due to the blight of genocide and the ways it has become ever so clear that it is not voters but donors, corporations, and the dated and racist strategic military interests of the U.S. empire that rule the decision-making of the Democratic and Republican parties. But it seems you all heard when people show you who they are and forgot that it's the ones who smile in your face, not simply the ones who never hide it. Confronting abuse or patriarchy is certainly no less staggering than confronting empire. The blindness of the dance is the lack of acknowledgement of how it even came to be. The price of groceries did not become insufferable after October 7th, only the price of the ticket. Ms. Harris did not win a primary, nor has she in any way distinguished herself from her predecessor. If she were standing at the podium because of Biden's actual incompetence, then she would have already been sworn in by now. She is there, and some are dancing because students, activists, and those who cannot or will not ignore the genocide of the Palestinian people have made it very clear that they will not vote for the perpetrator of the genocide. Joy cannot obscure the fact that without an arms embargo on Israel and an assertion of the will to follow and not ignore international law, the majority of U.S. voters are being held hostage by the Democratic Party, who is, in a very real sense, holding a gun to their head while slaughtering innocent people. This is clearly nothing to dance about. But alas, where we find ourselves today has very much to do with another group of people dancing for no good reason outside of a concentration camp. The most recent talking point has been that these were the leftists of Israel who purportedly dreamt of, I won't say free, but maybe loose Palestine, better treatment. Though it does not appear that any Palestinians from Gaza or the West Bank had been invited to the party. Yet sometimes we crash parties with uncomfortable truths. When Dr. Ruha Benjamin was honored at Spelman College last semester, she had the courage to say the now viral, "Black faces in high places will not save you." Yet perhaps we miss the point when we highlight the black faces in high places and don't interrogate the other half of the statement. Will not save you from what? What is it that we might need to be saved from? When the last poets released their searing critique of Black American popular culture, "Niggas Are Scared of Revolution," they said what they said. Dated as it is, the critique holds true in many of the same ways that Dr. King confided his fears to Harry Belafonte of integrating my people into a burning house. Far too often, the delusional desire for a seat at the table attributes black faces in high places to the idea of progress, when the only thing progressing is the violence of empire, where we are now afforded the luxury of having blood on our hands too, in a mission that would just as soon eradicate us if and when the bottom line calls for it. If there is indeed some karmic retribution to be paid for the role that white supremacist manifest destiny that animated the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the indigenous of Turtle Island, if there is karmic retribution to be paid for the racialized capitalism that enslaved tens of millions of Africans and continues to underpay and imprison with no retribution for time served, if there is karmic retribution to be paid for the rape of Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Haiti, the countless colonies, wars, theft that has instilled racial, gender, and class hierarchies, how do we distinguish ourselves from those who should and must pay? Will not save you from what? We should ask. Is it the fact that those motherfuckers got what's coming to them? That it's out of our hands now? It's above me? I have no intention of telling you how to strategize your vote. I simply think that it's important that we acknowledge that it's not merely Trump and Project 2025 that should be animating an allegiance to a party that professes to be against right-wing book bans while refusing to tell the truth about Zionism and the brutal annihilation of Palestinians. That is overfunding and militarizing police, as police violence has only increased since 2020, and building dozens of cop cities across the country for U.S. police forces to train with Israeli occupation forces. That is criminalizing homelessness while no longer pushing for Medicare for all. That is enacting America first abroad while lambasting it at home. These are some of the many inconsistencies of a political party that is dancing hand in hand with its power twin, while holding the global majority as prisoners of its violent quest for resources and profit. And this is why many see it as extremely important that a third party like the Greens earn more than 5% in the upcoming election so that they can receive the federal and state funding that allows their candidate, and more importantly, their policies, the attention deserved. For the technology of awareness that says that in order to achieve democracy, U.S. politics should identify as non-binary. However, although we cannot give Westerners the credit for inventing democracy, I do understand that for some, voting for a party, no matter how distinct or radical might be, seen as a reformist act, an attempt at dismantling rather than burning down. Of course, and not simply because it's Native American Heritage Month, we should consider what our indigenous relatives might call a cultural burning or a good burning, a tool that was used to manage forests and replenish the land as a preventative to wildfires. The European colonial mind state saw this as primitive, neglected to understand it, and are only now at the beginning of realizing the fortitude of ancient technologies to ecology, which include us, humanity. But maybe it's too late. Maybe we've ignored the teachings and voices of our relatives and our ancestors for too long. Over my dead body loses its force, when clearly there are already too many dead bodies under the rubble, under prisons, under our skyscrapers, under our houses and residential schools. These are the fossils that fuel a system that depends entirely on us. Not just here in the imperial core, but even more so in the countries whose resources the ruling class depends on. Maybe it should no longer be a question of our dead bodies, but the discipline we impose on our living ones to withhold our labor. If you have not understood that power in its relationship to patriarchy and family and business and education, in its relationship to capitalism, to living wages, to healthcare and basic services, in its relationship to white supremacy, and its direct connection to visibility, suppression, news cycles, empathy, education, entertainment, that these forces have combined to enforce your silence, on Palestine and all connected atrocities occurring now and way before now, recognized and unrecognized, known and unknown, foreign and domestic, if you do not realize that our talents combined, our voices combined, our monies combined, our dreams, our strengths, our love, our visions and imaginations combined, our labor could generate way more change than silence and fear, could generate a new world, an alternative energy that is not war, that is not material wealth, that is not comfort at the expense of. Then maybe you're listening to the wrong music, watching the wrong movies, reading the wrong books, hanging with the wrong crowd, studying the wrong lessons, laughing at the wrong jokes, supporting the wrong causes, and don't get it wrong. The future we are fighting for is the sovereignty of indigenous peoples and lands here. It is to say that there is another future, that the science fiction that imagines aliens coming to colonize Earth is just a projection of the colonial imagination. Yet there are higher frequencies, just as there is dark oxygen in the depths of the ocean that sunlight has not reached. When people say, these are dark days, I hear dark as powerful. Over 200,000 dead bodies in Palestine. How many more women will take their own lives to avoid rape in Sudan? How many more bodies in the Congo and its deep web of mines? How many more missing indigenous women? How many more trans lives? How many more prisoners as robots? Zionism is artificial intelligence. Artificial because it does not teach life, it takes it. Nakba, take one. Nakba, take two. But we were not supposed to see this. That's how I know it's our ancestors hacking the machines. The drum was the earliest form of wireless communication. It may not be true, but it sounds right. And that's how music works. Imagine the most powerful 5 days this earth has ever known. What would it take to convince your neighbor, your school teacher, your client, your manager, to say, we have the power to stop this if we do it in the millions, if we organize, regardless of who wins the election, in solidarity with those here and abroad who lose either way. We are facing an extinction-level event. The empire is exploding to prevent imploding. Yet the inevitable rise and liberation of indigenous people, of disenfranchised and marginalized people, remains at the core of the fears of the empire. A lot of my friends and family who are sympathetic to the plight of Palestinians have consistently sent me reels and articles that boil down to, but Trump. But Trump. My response has been, these white people can choose whatever leader they want to helm their sinking ship. And they respond, but Trump. But Trump. To which my question has always been, since when are we scared of white people? Thank you. Thank you. You're the sermonizer. Me, I'm just figuring it out. Thank you for the opportunity.
First time y'all gonna find me speechless. The only thing that comes to mind is a bar. I ain't no joke. I used to let the mic smoke. Now I slam it when I'm done and make sure it's broke. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get another round of applause for Saul Williams? I'm going to choke back the tears and just express my deep gratitude for every single heart that is in the room today. The tethering together of functioning hearts that have compassion, that cannot bear to witness this kind of suffering, whether we say not in my name, whether we say over my dead body. It's the only hope that we have. But I deeply appreciate your call to action and your marching orders. And every single person that is gathered in this space has the capacity to spread that message. We have influencers in this room with millions of followers of reach and others that are close to them. Shut it down. All of it. The last thing that I'll say before I talk about tomorrow is that on October 21st of last year, I led a march across campus with the students of UCSB, especially SJP, but also PSL from Ventura came up. PSL Ventura was the only group of people that wanted to stand next to us at that time. Everybody else was terrified. Even saying the word Zionist on October 21st back then was like, yeah. Can I do another Candyman reference? Can I do that twice? It was like saying Candyman. Now I said it twice. I'm going to say it again. We marched across campus, and we're going to, I'm told, because it's not part of the official conference program, and for the record, I'll look into the camera and say I did not plan the protest action that apparently is supposed to take place at 1 p.m. tomorrow, conveniently placed in between my 9 to 1 panels and my 3 to 7 closing keynote and concert. But if there is to be another march across this campus, this time on Parents' Weekend, not that I knew that it would be Parents' Weekend. It will be an opportunity for us to stand shoulder to shoulder and to begin to rehearse the kind of solidarity that we've been called to shut it down. But when we marched on that day, October 21st, and the Zionists came from my job before the week was out, wrote an open letter to the university calling me a virulent anti-Semite for arguing that genocide was not a Judaic value. I never imagined that we would have to march again almost 13 months later. The authorities in this university have never mentioned in any public setting my nomination for vice president with the Green Party. They refused to send so much as an email about this event to any campus listserv. Well, what are they so afraid of? They're afraid of you. They are afraid of these students. They are afraid of our collective action. They are afraid of our solidarity because they know how fragile the empire is. They know that at any time we could embrace our power and end it. The inner reality that Saul has peeled back for us is that the chains are in here and in here. At any time, we could withdraw our labor from this system and it would grind to a halt. And what did those maroon communities do? They withdrew their labor from the system. And when they withdrew their labor from the system, that led to those revolutions. That led to the Haitian Revolution. The revolution in our time, whether they understand it or not, whether we fully believe it or not, is already underway. And victory is written if we would pay the cost to embrace it. Tomorrow, we will end this End of Empire and Future of Freedom gathering. I don't know if conference is the right word anymore, but I had to say something academic on the flyers to get these people off my back. Because they went from trying to shut me down 48 hours before we started to making sure that they got their logos on the flyers. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will continue this cultural intervention that this extraordinary poet has called us to with our artist panel, discussing revolutionary culture, the culture that liberates, music that you can dance to and that gets you free. I'll be glad to welcome into the space tomorrow a good friend of mine, Anwar Hadid, who performed with his band at that concert because his heart don't pump no Kool-Aid, and he was ready to stand with us on October 21st as well. We'll be joined also by the incomparable Shyla Ray, my partner in Slum Prophecy, Chizabam, and Akil the MC from Jurassic 5. In the 11 o'clock panel, we will discuss the future of radical politics with myself and Claudia De La Cruz. I did receive word that Dr. Melina Abdullah had a campaign commitment that came up late, so she's had to cancel, but she sends her warmest greetings to the gathering. Then we will take a interestingly timed break between 1 and 3. And I don't know, I heard something's happening, I don't know. And then we will reconvene. The morning sessions will be here in this same space. And then we will go over to Campbell Hall beginning around 3 p.m. I mean, y'all are comfortable with the CP time now in the conference, so we'll get there when we get there. But around 3 p.m. And we will have artistic musical performances. And you broke the mic. And a closing keynote from Dr. Jill Stein. I encourage everyone to make every phone call, every social media post, every story post, every listserv, every WhatsApp group, get them numbers up. Get people here. Make yourselves seen. We have an opportunity to intervene in this space together tomorrow. And this gathering has already made history. A lot of people are going to lie and say they were here. A lot of people are going to lie and say they were always in support of this, and that they tried to co-sponsor this event instead of letting Dr. Ware pay with his whole research budget to put this thing on for free. And the thanks is not for me, it's for you, for being the kind of human beings that respond to the call to stand for liberation, despite the fact that they will dox you, despite the fact that they will invent lies and fabrications against you, despite the fact that they will make war on you inwardly and outwardly. One of the great West African revolutionaries, Sheikh Ousmane Danfodio, who fought against the rise of the Atlantic slave trade, taught his disciples and students, he said, pleasing people is a goal that you will never attain. How foolish then to seek it out and find in exchange only God's wrath. Stand for truth, no matter how many or how few are gathered, and victory is assured. Allahu Akbar. Do you guys know how to respond when he say takbir? Let's do it again. Takbir. Takbir. With that, I'm just going to give one last, so that's tomorrow. The last thing that I'm going to say for this evening is for those that are our conference panelists. I'm going to release people from like mandatory presence at prescribed meals. I'm going to go home and spend this evening with my family. And I encourage y'all to make friends and family in these gatherings, to find a few places to break bread together. I can recommend a few places that I really love. The best pokey on the planet is Choppa Pokey right here in Goleta. Gene is nodding because he knows that what I say is the truth. The best shrimp ceviche on the planet is at Lapa Lapa, just up the street. So remember that name. The best quesabirria, not on the planet, but at least in the Central Coast, is at Yona Red's downtown. We went to Zaytoon yesterday evening, might be a little late to get a reservation. I'll put a few restaurant recommendations. If you are one of the conference panelists, please keep your receipts. We'll get those covered for you. And with that, I'll bid you a good evening, and I'm going to rush home to my family. So peace and blessings.